What is up, everyone? Is the music just not working anymore? There we go. Okay. How's it going, everybody? Checking all my levels, making sure things are working. Hey, what's up? Oh my god. We got everybody here. Aspen's here. JC's here. Hello, Bear. Learlon, what's up? What's up? What's up? Sunny, Florida. Oh, it's like it was sunny for like 10 minutes today. Like we had like 10 minutes of sun. Now it's gone. We wasted it. I squandered the sun. It's finished. It's gray. Fitting for the kind of stream topic that I launched on today. All will become clear as I start to explain things. Some of you know what's going down. Some of you have been witness to some of the nonsense that has been going on in Molten's life. I'll play with my camera a little bit. I'm not happy with it currently. More contrast. I like contrast. Contrast is great. Oh, you know what? Who needs sharpness? I'm gonna be blurry for everyone. All right. No, we're gonna up the shot carbon. It's easier to tell what you're doing if you go to extremes. Anyway, okay. So, the path of Milton. Oh my god. All right. So, clickbaity announcement aside, I am kind of done. I'm done with art. At least like from like a career standpoint. I mean, listen, your boy spent 20 years being a professional artist, right? And I spent my whole life growing up doing art. You're gonna see more of my art eventually. But a lot has to happen in my life. A lot has to happen in my life. Anybody who has had their kind of ear to the ground over the last little while. Professioner. I'm going to be a professioner. No more. Anybody who's had their ear to the ground over the last year and a half has seen what's going on in the game sphere, probably. The game sphere has probably been on people's radar. She's bad, man. A lot of people who I consider peers, animation professionals, artists, things like that. They have all been. Hold on one sec. Okay. So anybody's had their ear to the ground has seen probably the games professional, the sphere going on year and a half. Yeah, ever since ChatGPT rolled on the scene, capitalism and capitalism. Yes, true. I mean, yes, facts. So you guys have seen AI rolled into the market. It's got some great PR going on for it, and that in combination with the writers having probably raised the ires of the billionaires, contracts stopped coming out. There's less contracts now, man. There was the big consolidation of a lot of the industry. You guys probably only see a little bit of it. Where like you look at like what was it? The acquisition? It was Discovery, right? The Discovery, the merging of like what was it? 3 companies into one, and that essentially like cut down contracts that were going up by like a third, more than that. There's been a lot going on. Hobo, thank you so much for the resub. Enjoy your tiny wizards and screaming possums. We have screaming possums now. And so, yeah, AI rolled onto the scene. The writers kind of angered some people, I think. And the contracts stopped coming out. And so your boy was in pre-production at that point. Anyone who knows, who's been following my career for a long time, has known that I've wanted to be a character designer forever. Right? I wanted to work in design and animation because that's like kind of for me as a production artist, as somebody who loves actually just sitting down and drawing. That's like the height of the career. Right, is you get to actually make the designs, like, because if you're a supervisor, then you're mostly just looking over people's designs, right? But I really wanted to still prove myself as an artist, right? Because back then I still believed that art was a meritocracy. um Really good at making character designs. Oh, thank you so much, Very Twisted Dude. Yeah, thank you. I mean, like, I love doing it, right? It's I've fought for this career for 20 years. And I've been fighting up this ladder. I even taught character design at my alma mater. I will spill the beans on all that later. It was a terrible situation. Some of you know the story. Um, but I worked my way up to I didn't even get to character design yet. I was rusty when I first got in, and so I kind of got relegated to props again. But I'm really good at props. I like props, and I got to do all sorts of stuff. I got to do some location design and everything, and I worked with a great team of mostly women, and it was awesome. It was like one of the best times I've had in my career. It was the best year I had in my career, and then I got laid off. And I was kind of positive about it. I was like, no, this is fine. Because I got here. I got there. I got over the line. And when I come back, it'll be fine. And I got severance because I've been working at that company for 6 years. And I got severance. I'm like, yes, this is like the best it's ever been. But then the severance slowly went away, ran out. And the EI slowly ran out. And then suddenly ran out. And I had to scramble, and I was working at a vape store, and they were they were nice. I really liked the vape store; it was really cool. But then, we'll talk about that later. I had to quit. I also worked at a bar, serving as a server. I did pretty good on tips. It was pretty good. I can't wait to see decide to make yourself instead of for other people and companies. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, this is we'll get to it, right? Yeah. But I was working all these things, and then I got an opportunity for a board game contract came my way, and I was like, oh my god, maybe this is kismet, right? Y'all know, most of you know me originally from the board game art that I did, and I was like, maybe this is a sign. I was like, 1 month worth of work, I can crank it out. I'm still technically on the contract. I sent an email today. This is 3 months later, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I'm considering bankruptcy. I'm considering filing for bankruptcy. I'll give explanations for that too. It's not entirely anybody's fault, really. It's a combination of all the things together that has been really kind of killing me. But this contract, midway through this contract, I saw that there was indication of movement in the market, and so I was like, okay, it'll be fine. I'll apply to my old studio. They'll take me back, and everything will be okay. And I knew that they were looking for senior animators only, and I was like, okay, fine. So I applied for senior animator because, like, I had heard, I was like, maybe I can get a builds job again because you need to have builds, right? And I'm like, I ran a builds department. I worked in builds for them for 5 years. Maybe they'll hire me for there. And then I heard that they weren't hiring anyone from builds, from somebody I know through the grapevine, because I know everyone, right? Everyone talks to me. I know everything. And so I knew that all the build people were just coming over from another studio. They never got laid off. You could have laid them off and they would have had EI. Other people's EI were running. But they were bringing all those people in. That's fine. Good for them. I mean, I know most of these people. They're my peers, and and they're my friends. And I'm like, yes, awesome, good. As long as people are working again. And I'm like, okay, so they're looking for senior animator roles. So I applied, and I started seeing people with 3 years experience getting hired. And then they put out a call for non-senior, just junior animators, and I applied. And then I started looking around on LinkedIn because for some reason, somebody has to do some like a documentary on this. Okay, somebody has to do a documentary on this because I don't know why, but everybody, all the professional artists, ended up on LinkedIn, and I don't know how that happened. But we're all there now, and we're all like, we're gonna die and starve and brad. But like most of us are just like, please, sir, I do art. I would definitely do art for the bowl of gruel, sir. It's pretty sad. And I kind of went through those like the stages of grief, right? Like, the 5 stages of grief about my career, and because I was in pre-production, so I had a few months ahead on other people's layoff cycles. So I had already gone through the depression, got to acceptance, started looking at the industry, and what I'm seeing is not good. I am seeing wholesale layoffs of massive departments everywhere. Art people only. Like the art people, creatives, I mean, coders too, devs. Okay, don't get me wrong. Like, okay, devs, I love you. I'm gonna fight for you, but right now, like one at a time, one fight at a time, right? But the creative sphere is under massive downward pressure from investors, from the powers that be, from corporate bigwigs, capitalism in general. And with the advent of AI, everyone wants to bet on AI, especially right after the writer strike. All the one percenters and stuff who are like the ones who are like making the money on this, but they're also the ones supplying the money for it, right? Like they're pissed off at the creatives and they're like, "Fuck you! We're just gonna replace you wholesale." That's a conversation we'll have as well, but it's not been good. So with the situation I'm in there, like it brings you up to almost current, where I am now looking at the next contract that I can really viably take is in January of 2025 and March of 2025. The January one is like, I don't know, man. I don't have a huge amount of confidence on that. And again, there's not a lot of transparency, right? Because it's just like, yeah, we might have something coming. I don't know how realistic they are about getting this, right? Like, because traditionally, when these kind of things happen, you just sort of put the line out there, just go fishing when you have a contract, and people just like come bite on it. And then, but more recently, you had companies like, at least in Ottawa, for the animation industry, you had larger companies establish themselves and hired people on as employees, which sounded like a great idea until wage suppression started happening. I didn't get a raise in 5 years working at my last studio. And when I finally kept asking why, they were like, you're at the top of your pay band. I'm like, you never told me pay bands were a thing. The fuck is a pay band, motherfucker? So the appeal of the protection of a shogun no longer is that appealing. I have hung up my sword. Your boy is Ronin. And I'm moving straight to I'm moving to 100% broadcasting. I'm not intending on making a career in art anymore. Fuck that. You gonna treat me the way you treated me and expect me to like give you my most valued skill so that you can just mint money off it after the way you treated me? Eat 2 fucking birds, man. No, we're done. I'm moving straight to broadcasting. You'll be seeing a lot of me all the time now. I've started a podcast, the MMP podcast. I'm going to be talking to all sorts of people in the art industry, getting their stories of their careers, getting their feelings about AI and about like the viability of it, whether or not it's going to if it's going to replace artists and stuff like that. We're going to have those conversations with the people who would know best, not the AI bros. If you listen, you want to come by, we're going to talk AI. We'll talk AI. Come at me. Your boy's prepared for this conversation. But no, we're going full broadcasting, which means YouTube videos. It means it means YouTube videos, streaming. It means the audio podcast. The plan is that twice a week we'll be in here and we will be doing cutting, I'll be in here all week just reviewing videos, talking with you guys about what the thing is, gathering info, meeting new people in the chat and everything like that, and getting people's stories, connecting with people. I want, if there are people who want to tell some controversial stories, I will protect their identity and everything. Journalistic integrity and source protection is like my number one goal in this endeavor. But I don't want any more of my friends to suffer. This is a weird song to be having here. But I don't want any more of my friends to suffer. I don't want it. So we're gonna change things. I don't know how big we can go with it, but I'm gonna try. I'm probably gonna have to move from Ottawa. I've got a few more months here where I'm at, but I don't see a huge way forward living in Ottawa. The opportunities are too small. There's like 3 or 4 studios that I can like potentially tap here for sources of information. I'm gonna reach out to more people and stuff like that. I know there's a couple of YouTubers that are local that have seen some success and stuff, and I want to try to get some stories of independent artists or artists that used to be maybe working in a corporate environment. And listen, even if you weren't an artist, you're working in a corporate environment and you transitioned out to your dream job, I want to hear about it. I want to know about it. I want to tell your story. I want to promote you, and I want to get your tips and stuff for other people who want to get out from underneath the capitalist thumb. So that's the whole idea of what I'm doing, and I hope you guys will be ready to support me on this. Again, you'll see a little bit of my art. Okay, I set a goal. If you want an 8-hour art stream, do the sub goal and I'll do it. Okay, but we're gonna then art will still happen and stuff, especially podcast related merchandise and things like that. All yours truly. I've got a line out to a couple of audio engineers already for some support on that front, and I've got a producer lined up that hopefully is going to work out for actual full-time production stuff and everything. And we'll get all into that. You'll see some new branding and stuff on podcasts like recording days. The idea will be, the schedule you see on the Twitch stream will be the podcast recording days. Those will be official days. Probably not going to read the chat as much. You'll see a visual difference in what the stream looks like, but we'll be doing a little bit less of live reacting to the audience and a little more of direct recording. And stuff like that. But our producer will be in there grabbing questions out of chat and stuff like that for the guests and everything. As long as the guests are happy to do a live interview, we'll absolutely do a live interview. We got some great ones lined up already. You guys, I'm digging back into the deep past, and we got some really, really cool hosts that are co-hosts that are going to be on. Again, interviews if they only have time. If I can have them down locally and stuff in studio, so that we can they can co-host with me, and we can talk about the industry, field questions directly from chat, things like that. That's also good. I'm set up for that as well. You guys can see the one thing I'm shooting for as well is I'm trying to get myself a mobile setup so that I can get on the road early and take the podcast wherever I need to go, wherever I need to do interviews and stuff. But I'm 100% dedicated to this. It's going to be a new thing. Broadcast Molten is the new hotness. All right, I'm gonna catch up with chat here a little bit. I've been blabbing on for forever, and all y'all are so just sitting there and being nice about it. Aspen, company dragged you on for 5. I know, 5 freaking years. It was crazy. Yeah, LinkedIn is kind of wild. Yeah, there is everybody, it's the one place where the weird part about it is I think a lot of people go on LinkedIn because they want a little access. They want to see the train wreck, but they don't want to be part of the train wreck. It's really weird. And so they're all still a little bit timid about saying something controversial. But I think, you know what, the artist community is turning that around. LinkedIn was boring as fuck until the artist showed up, and now it's interesting. I'm seeing memes everywhere. It's way better than it used to be. It's a vast improvement. Yeah, AI is already self-cannibalizing. That's definitely a thing. The viability of it is definitely it is ever dropping very, very, very quickly. So that's something that's that is again, we're going to talk a shit ton about AI. I have a lot of big thoughts on AI. I'm going to be writing a lot of articles too Okay. This also comes along with some articles. I'm going to try to get, this is along with sort of a journalist writing career and stuff like that. I'll be posting a lot of articles about AI, about my thoughts on it, about, my findings after like talking to people in the industry and stuff like that, what they really think about it is. A lot of this is very smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. I think it's just it's investor corralling and, just scraping as much off the top all they can. Um, but yeah, we'll see. Are you planning on playing your podcast on this channel? Oh yes, the podcast will get recorded on this channel, but the podcast itself, like the channel will be live a lot, like 7 days a week. I'll be here if I can. If I don't have other things to do, I'll be on like around noon every day for a good chunk of the day. Like it says 4 hours, but that's just for the official. If you want to just tune in and talk and listen and watch or whatever and be in the chat while we're recording the stuff, it's going to get edited down. Like the idea is we'll do about 2 hour segment or so on Mondays and a 2 hour segment on Wednesdays, and then I'll have an interview or two that I'll take all that content and cut it together to both a video and audio podcast. I'll be releasing it in as many places as possible. I'm using Spotify Studio and Riverside for the recording of the podcast on the audio side of things. OBS will like direct record for the video side, and I'll be editing everything. Let me see. I'm editing the audio portion of it is going to be edited in Reaper if I can, because Reaper's amazing to add some extra stuff. And then it'll be I guess DaVinci Resolve for the video, because we're gonna try to go as indie as possible on this shit. Reaper, $60. It's not the end of the world. I can afford $60 for Reaper. But yeah, some of the things I'm still going to be paying for, though, like, Adobe Photoshop and stuff, because I still do want to. It's still viable, sadly, for some indie stuff, and I want to try to show you guys that, because especially if you are invested in the Adobe, what do they call that shit now? It's like the development environment, or I don't know, whatever the hell. Yeah, is it 60 perpetual? Well, it's 60 for like a basic license. It's 250 for a professional license. But I think the professional only qualifies once you make like a certain amount of money. I gotta look into their thing and find out what it is. But it's like 250 for perpetual, as far as I know. Architecture platform, the bog, it's the swamp. Listen, if you're in Adobe swamp, right, if you're in Shrek swamp, then I'm going to show you how to potentially use Shrek in ways that you maybe didn't know that might be viable for independent use, right? I'll show you guys some stuff, some tricks that I know with InDesign and everything that you can potentially do with that, right? But again, this is all, listen, if you want the art streams, get us past this sub goal. Make this viable for me. I do have a line on sponsorship already. I want to wait till we have a couple of episodes out and have listeners listening before I approach the sponsors. But yeah, a lot of really cool people lined up. We have a creature designer and former Adobe channel host, who will be joining me as one of my initial interviews. You guys may remember who that is. I'm not going to confirm or deny the person's name. I have a couple of studio heads that I have tapped as to talk to them, and I'm going to try to make it clear to them. It's like, this is not about roasting them or anything like that. I just want to know their experience and stuff like that. If we're going to make accusations, we probably won't do it in person. But we want to see the whole picture before we decide who's at fault for this bad planning on their part. This may involve some exposing of some people, c'est la vie, but mostly I'm about championing the artists and the people who make the content for these big corporations and are so callously thrown aside when they are just, it's not the right time or the right place, or they're not the right person. Grants, man. We're going to get talking about grants and how the government steers hiring practices. Man. Grants are the creative world's version of regulations, and they steer hiring practices intentionally. And we will talk about that. Really bad right now. Greater Toronto area. Oh, man. Oh man, y'all are like got $250,000 grant money like available for diversity targets in a city that is the most diverse place on the planet. What are you doing? And then on top of that, you're like, you now put out a new grant that is for people who do not live in the greater Toronto area. So if you do not live in the GTA, but you work in the GTA, there's a better chance you'll get hired. Also, if you're an ethnic minority, but in Canada, I don't even know what an ethnic minority looks like anymore. Who's the majority now? Especially in Toronto. It seems like a very strange thing to do. We're going to talk about it. It's foolish. It's government agenda that is heavily affecting people's livelihoods, and we're going to talk about it. I may apply for some grants myself. Listen, your boy knows the game. We're going to make this happen. You recently learned how to automatically add copyright information to the metadata of all my Photoshop files. I mean, it's something, right? But again, Hobo, it's like a lot of the protections that are offered to artists, right? A lot of the protections that are offered to artists really do seem much like sort of like, oh, you know what? Oh, we built your front door out of glass, and we'll sell you this film though, so that it makes it harder to break. You're like, is it so they won't be able to break in? Oh, they'll be able to break in. It's just gonna take a little longer, right? Like, and then those same people again, Hobo, Photoshop, Adobe, the same people allowing you to add metadata to your file are want to steal your shit if you save it on their cloud. This is it's insane. It's insane. The world lost its mountain. Oh yeah, it's the elongated muskies. Yes, yeah, yeah. You know what? Elongated muskie is funny. Although it's like I feel like it's doing a disservice to those like greyhounds with like the really long schnoz and like And he's like, "Let me do it for you." And he's like, and he digs a tunnel, then fills it with Teslas. It's like you made a shittier subway. That's a subway, but shitty. Fucking Musk. Yeah, Zuckerberg's on my shit list too. Motherfucker thinks he can just scrape everyone's data and he just gets it. I'm like, no, man. Your machine does not get the same learning privileges that human beings do. Because it can service 4 billion people. I can't, so I would protect my copyright from me, but you did not give me the opportunity. Lawsuit. Sue Meta. Absolutely, you should. Anyway, it's an intense time. It's an intense time for a lot of industries, honestly. But that's what this is about. I've always wanted an excuse to come back and be here like for extended periods of time and like and hang out and stuff like that. But like my career was always the main focus. Like it's like always grind, always grind, always grind, get the art done, because it really was like art takes time. I'm real fast, but I gotta be faster. I gotta spend more time on it so that I'll be able to make my bills. When the reality is that my skills were very valuable. If I'd been able to sell for the same cost direct to market, which is, again, impossible. But if I could have, I wouldn't be in these money problems. And I'm pretty sure none of the studio heads are hurting like I am. They don't have to move away from their kids. I mean, tell me, studio heads, are you having to move away from your children? I'll understand if you are. Come join me on the podcast, MMP Podcast. You can find me on Facebook. Connect with me. I will tell your story of woe. If you own a studio out there and you're having to move away from your children in order to reevaluate your life and start a new career, I'm here to tell your story. Join me, connect with me, and I will make sure that the people know what you're going through. Oh man, the grind set mentality of modern culture sucks. Okay, well that's a really great, interesting. You know what, Aspen? That's a fantastic lead-in to something actually. Well played, well played, well played. Because we're gonna be doing a lot of, like I said, we're gonna be doing a lot of. We're gonna spend a lot of time together over the next while, and I feel like if we're gonna have these conversations, we potentially need to, you know, all be at the same place as far as the understanding of, like, of what it is we're really talking about here. So we're gonna do a little bit of reacting and stuff to some of these things, and like, learn some stuff. And again, if you guys have videos and stuff like that, hit me with the videos, send me links and stuff, because we want to educate people. We want to talk about these kind of things. We want to see what's happening. So, as weird as it sounds, your boy's a little bit of a reaction video guy now as well. And I think we're gonna kick it off a little bit with this whole how Ford and Dodge enabled good, or what's it, ended good capitalism, because this is one of those things that I've talked about a bunch, like just in on my Discord, in the Philosophy Advisory channel, just about this kind of thing. And this is a video that I watched a long time ago. I can't even remember, when did this come out. This is like 11 months ago, like a bunch, like months and months ago. And yeah, it explains kind of, it solidifies a little bit as like what the problem is facing with like investors and like reinvesting the money into their companies. Like, why aren't they doing that? I mean, there's a reason. Check it out.
Ford Motor Company and inventing the assembly line. Some people know him for his anti-Semitic views and business dealings with Nazi Germany in the 1940s, but very few people know him for this. In 1918, Henry Ford was looking to take the $60 million in profit he was sitting on and use it instead to increase the wages of his workers and lower the cost of the cars being sold. However, two shareholders of the Ford Motor Company, one John Dodge and one Horace Dodge, the two
It's already getting bad, right? It's already getting bad. Like when you're like, you have, wait, the word, the Ford family and the Dodge family, and you look at today.
two brothers who created Dodge Motor Company were not in favor of this idea. The Dodge brothers took their case all the way to the Michigan Supreme Court, and they won, thereby tanking Henry Ford's ambitions. But if you thought that was the whole story, then listen to this. While Henry Ford was looking at lowering the cost of his cars and increasing wages for his workers, it was not out of the goodness of his heart. Remember, this is the same man who did business dealings with Adolf Hitler during World War II. The real reason behind Henry Ford looking to increase his workers' wages was far more nuanced. Hello people of the internet, I'm Nico, and I spent the last couple of days, or at this point weeks, reading through lovely texts like this, and this, and this. Let me explain to you how this 100-year-old lawsuit changed our economic system forever.
I'm muted. I'm gonna have to get better at this. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I was typing. Good job. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get better at that. But yeah. So, oh, I could have even looked at my levels. You know what? I got an idea. I'll move my levels a little down. I'll make it more obvious to me. You know what I can do? I know exactly what to do. Put the levels right. If I put them right next to my. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah. So you can kind of see, it's kind of interesting and fitting that, like, that that this whole awful story with corporations starts with the automobile market, right? Like with the car market. Like, I mean, cars are problematic in a massive way in our society that most people don't understand. We can get into that too, because, like, again, I'm all about the tangential learning and stuff like that. We're not going to be like only focusing on the animation industry and stuff like that. I can't do that for like 10 hours a day, like 7 days a week. But like some of this stuff I think is important to know, as far as like why you can't just go, but why don't they just reinvest in their work?
First, some backstory on why the lawsuit was ever filed in the first place. So, Henry Ford had basically monopolized the automotive industry at this point. The assembly line allowed him to sell cars like they were Happy Meals, which gave him complete dominance over the market. And being a competitive businessman, he was obviously looking to protect his monopoly. But how do you go about that? How do you protect a monopoly worth billions and billions of dollars? You do it by building a completely new vertically integrated factory here along the River Rouge. This factory, when completed, was said to be the largest on Earth at the time and would do everything from processing raw materials needed for the cars to completely assembling them to be driven out when finished. But to make this factory work, it was going to need two things: a large sum of money, both for the factory itself and the workforce needed, and secondly, it would need a workforce like no other before it. To attract a workforce large enough to manage this factory, Henry Ford had to make sure that his current workers were happy with their compensation, and so he greatly increased their pay. It was also in part because he didn't want a radical union coming in and organizing his workforce, but that's a minor detail. The point is, Henry Ford needed a lot of money in order to finance this new factory and the workforce required, and he did this by not paying dividends, which for you non-business majors means that he did not pay his investors back. And obviously, the Dodge brothers were not happy about this. They successfully sued Henry Ford and Ford Motor Company.
Okay, so I feel like we need to stop here and like make a point of this. Like, let's go back here for a second real quick and catch it, because I feel like he just glazes over this part a little bit.
Means that he did not pay his investors back. And new factory and the workforce required, and he did this by not paying dividends.
Okay, you can't do that, right? Like you can't just not pay dividends, right? So while you initially hear this story and you immediately go, well, the Dodge brothers are assholes. Nah, man. Henry Ford was a gigantic piece of shit, and he decided he just wasn't going to pay his investors so that he could make his company bigger, right? So this is actually two assholes being assholes together.
Which for you non-business majors means that he did not pay his investors back. And obviously, the Dodge brothers were not happy about this. They successfully sued Henry Ford and Ford Motor Company, and while the money won was important, the specific ruling changed American business practices forever. The court ruled that the primary function of a business is to make money for the shareholders, and that Ford was arbitrarily withholding money that could have gone to paying larger dividends. This court case sent shockwaves through business which are still seen today. For one thing, this court case is regularly taught in law schools today and is cited as one of corporate law's core shareholder primacy decisions. And secondly, you can see this in many companies all around the world, but most clearly in oil companies. I already made a video ages ago on why gas prices rose so much since the pandemic, so I won't go through all of it here. I'll link the video below if you want to learn more about it. But the bottom line is that oil companies are no longer looking at investing into their business. Instead, they are prioritizing share.
I mean, the oil companies, I wonder about this, because I feel like I feel like there's a certain amount of this that is like oh god. There's a certain amount of this that is hold on, is like the oil companies know they're on the way out, but they're not so much like being like, oh, we're gonna go kicking and screaming. It's much more like you know, how can we game the system as much as possible. I have a lot of like interest, like I wonder a little bit about the gas pricing that has been happening in Ontario, right? Because our current government is like really heavily invested in cap and trade, and cap and trade only really works if you put enough pressure on a company that it acquiesces to the new laws rather than take a hit. And I think they've been actually putting pressure and possibly I would not be surprised if they'd be like back end funding the conservatives in order to like to help them like beat out this cap and trade government running for fucking could be a thing. Oil companies, the weird part about it, as you will guys will learn if you're not aware of how much companies like manipulate the market and stuff, like it's crazy how much they can get away with perfectly legally.
Holders by pulling record profits with as little reinvestment as possible.
Does that mean you're just going to go pump everything there is to pump at Continental?
That's a great question, Alex. It's a great thing being a private company. No, it does not mean that.
Okay.
We are investing at a very prudent level, consistent with our cash flows. Just to go and invest and be producing as much as we can is not how we generate the greatest value for. We still have owners. We still have shareholders. We're interested in investing at a pace which creates the greatest amount of value.
You know, one thing that's been really interesting is that OPEC plus, Russia and Saudi Arabia, they've held strong with their production cut. They've been cutting production for the last few months by 1 million barrels a day. They're going to continue that through the end of the year. But at the same time, U.S. shale drillers haven't really been coming back. They haven't been bringing the rigs back on shale fields to boost production as much as you would have expected.
So while I'm not here to bash capitalism, it's very clear that this court case shaped the nature of business here in America. I'll leave it up for debate if it's for better or for worse, but now you can also see just how much influence the automotive industry has over our lives. If you want to know more about why exactly the gas prices have gone up since the pandemic, then I recommend this video here. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more videos explaining how the automotive industry affects our lives, then consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Until next time, people of the internet, peace out.
I think maybe we should watch that video, potentially. But yeah, there's a lot kind of at work here, that in the background that sort of like sets the stage for what we're sort of looking at, and what we're sort of like faced with as far as like, you know, the future of being a creative and stuff, especially with like, you know, with the added in problem with like AI and stuff like that on top of all this, like, you know, you have to pay the investors. It's like grounded deeply into law, right? And the problem is like you start I've seen this with businesses all the time. And it not just businesses, like small independent ventures, right? I used to see this with Kickstarters all the time. People would get so excited about what they could provide that they would not take the time to see if they could like actually provide that, like for what they were being funded for. They were not considering the cost that that Kickstarter takes off the top. Like Kickstarter is owned by Amazon and they take about 30% or so. It's like 30 to 50% of something of your, like, it's like any other game thing, right? Like it's like Steam does the same. They take like 30% of a game sale, right? Like all the middleman, the platform that you're selling on is going to take half your damn money. It's probably 30. Am I going to talk to unions? Absolutely, I want to talk to unions. I want to talk to union reps. I want to talk about what they know, especially newer unions. Older unions, I would love to talk to as well. The real problem with older unions is they get too big. And then they just have to worry about making money because they start promising things like pensions and stuff. But you can't. You have to, any promise you ever make, you have to expect to fail at it, and you have to have a contingency plan for like every step of the way. A good budget is like 150% of what the budget should be on paper. A good budget is more. But that's not how capitalism works. Capitalism works lowest possible bidder for the maximum possible quality, and the quality and the goalpost for quality is sliding scale. So yeah. So what do we do about that? I guess that kind of leads us into where we're at with the animation industry, which we can kind of move on to next, I think.
The animation industry is on the brink of collapse, and no one is talking about it. There are 5 major reasons why the industry is at a breaking point, and the 5th thing is by far the one that will harm its workers the most. And the reality is, it's only gonna get worse. Despite how grim this seems, there may be a light at the end of the tunnel. There are 2 important silver linings that I'll discuss at the end of this video that will lead towards a better future for animation. One created by the artists, not the shareholders.
Yeah, Kickstarter is owned by Amazon, and you want to know, here's another one that really sucks. Hey, Hobo, you want to know something? I just saw this on Thor's, one of Thor's shorts. You know the streaming service Kick? If you check the network traffic, it all goes through Twitch's, like, streaming service, like their proprietary streaming service that Amazon owns. You can just rent it now. They're just renting out Twitch's back end to Kick.
We are at a pivotal moment where the animation industry's future hangs in balance, threatened by AI and corporate strategies. This is a wake-up call for creators and supporters alike to understand the stakes and champion a movement that places artists at the forefront of innovation. So who exactly is at risk, and how can we collectively steer towards a more artist-driven future? Before we answer that, I need you to help me spread this message as widely as possible. Please tap the like button on this video and share this video with a friend. I want to use my platform to increase the awareness of the animation industry's current state and the worsening conditions if we remain passive. But I can only do that with your help. If you don't know much about the animation...
Again, yeah, it's true. Like, this is the whole point. Like, what this guy's talking about is the whole point of my career change. Like, just to broadcasting and stuff and bringing these videos to you guys is like the only way this gets better is if we, like, let people know. So share liberally, clip the channel, things like that. I usually don't ask for these things. You know, when I was an old streamer and I was doing art, I was so focused on the art. I was like, don't sub. Go sub to somebody else who's going to bring you better content. I'm just here to double dip while I do my art. No, fuck that. I'm here to do this. Y'all definitely appreciated me way more than any of those fucking corporations ever did. So yeah. So I'm coming back to where I loved what I did, and I'm just going to give you guys, I'm just bring you guys better content as much as possible, and more of it too.
Industry, the fact that it's in crisis mode might come as a surprise to you. Movies like Across the Spider-Verse, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem have been successful, seemingly indicating a really bright future ahead for these new styles of animation. Even the Mario movie made over $1 billion, so you might assume animation is doing pretty well. Behind the scenes, the last few years of animation have actually been some of the most challenging in its history, setting the stage for a story that's far more complex than the box office numbers suggest. When the pandemic hit in 2020, it destroyed many jobs in Hollywood, since much of the work was on set or in person. The animation industry, however, was a different story. Since the nature of our jobs was mostly computer work anyway, we were back up and running within a week. Through 2020 and into 2021, the studios, desperate for content, increased their investment in animation because this was the easiest type of content to create fully remote. There was also a larger demand for it as animation streaming increased by 22% during the pandemic, the most of any category. With all this money pouring into animation, a bubble started to form. This was the height of the streaming wars, and studios were looking to get as much content as they could to entice people to sign up. If you recall, it was an animated film, Trolls World Tour. Trolls World Tour. Trolls World Tour. Trolls World Tour. If you recall, it was an anime
Trolls World Tour. Trolls World Tour. Trolls World Tour.
Animated film Trolls World Tour that was the first movie to release on digital at the same time as its original theatrical release.
Wait! Is he me from another timeline? I don't like it.
The first movie to release on digital at the same time as its original theatrical release. This strategy yielded great returns for Universal. Netflix ramped up their own animation division, with Ted Sarandos promising to release 6 new animated features every year. For those of you that don't know much about animation, that is crazy. Under Bob Chapek, Disney encouraged Pixar to create more content for Disney+, including their first TV series. Warner Brothers was pushing HBO Max hard and original animation like Scoob and the Harley Quinn show. It really felt like animation was finally being taken seriously, but a lot has changed in the last 4 years. You see, There's a perfect storm on the horizon. The stars are aligning and they're about to release the Titans. There are several circumstances that are all coming to a head at once. The next few years might be the worst time in the history of the animation industry, and it's for the following.
Weird, because like there's this post that I just found here about the update on Pixar layoffs and stuff, right? And like, you know. Yeah. Veteran employees of 15 plus years getting laid off. They're just cutting off the top of the animation industry, right? They're like, this is the thing. There's still people getting hired, but they're fresh out of school. So what they've essentially done is they've slowly built up the value of those employees who now make a lot more money. And then when they gut them and extract all their guts, their cash guts to feed their investors, they get a better bang for their buck.
5 reasons. The first reason is that the studios have finally realized that streaming services are a money pit. The past decade in animation resembled a gold rush. Streaming services, flush with investor cash, flooded the market with content, competing for subscribers in a winner-take-all mentality. The pandemic showed an increase in demand for animated content, and studios, eager for a piece of the pie, staffed up its animation teams and greenlit a high volume of animated projects for streaming. As with most gold rush mentalities, the reality of the situation was much different than these prospectors had in mind. It turns out that, to nobody's surprise, the economics of streaming are simply not as lucrative as theatrical releases. And so the increase in spending during the pandemic became a bubble, and now the workers that were staffed up with false promises are feeling the repercussions. Studios.
No, Aspen, you are absolutely right. I mean, and that's like a major thing too. Like, I'm seeing a ton of people because I remember I used to be a teacher, right? Like I had personal access to these kids who are like who have these dreams of being an animator, and these like stars in their eyes. They're like, oh, I'm gonna do these great things. I have so much talent and I have so much drive, and nothing will stop me. And they're just like, you know, they're now looking at an industry that is like worse than it was before I got into it. And when I got into it, people were like, yo, this is a hard road. You're gonna, very few of you will make it through. I remember I went to a presentation I can't remember if it was a presentation at Sheridan or if it was at Algonquin, but like the dude was fully like, look to your left, look to your right, both of those people will not complete the animation course. I'm like, fuck off. Like, and now it's so much more untenable for people. Like it's next to impossible for people to be expected to be able to like enter this job market like with any kind of confidence, whatsoever, right? So, you know, I feel you so hard on that. It's and it's not fair. It's absolutely not fair to what's it like to the kids, to the young professionals who want to make a whole ass career of this, who are ready to dedicate 20 years of their fucking life to it. Your business plan has to last more than 5 years.
Has traditionally made a significant portion of their profits from the box office sales. Streaming, on the other hand, relies on subscription fees, which are split with the platform and often don't generate the same level of returns, especially considering the high cost of producing this high quality content. If you've been wondering why your Netflix subscription increased 200% in the last 7 years, or why you can't share your password anymore for Disney Plus, it's most.
My guy is out here talking like literally everything hasn't increased by 200% in the last 10 years.
Because these studios are seeing the writing on the wall. The bubble is bursting. Studios have shifted their spending priorities to invest in projects that they know will yield high returns, aka remakes and sequels. This also means that spending a lot of money on original animation is no longer a priority for these studios. In fact, the CEO of Paramount, Brian Robbins, came out and said it. We're not going to release an expensive original animated movie and just pray people will come. To which Guillermo del Toro responded, "Dear Lord." But Brian here is not alone in thinking this. The most popular animated series.
Can we get some fucking emotes in chat for the fucking King Guillermo? Please. Guillermo tied himself to to DreamWorks and produced some good shit. Okay, if you haven't seen, it's on Netflix. If you haven't seen like the whole, oh man, what's it called now? It's like there's a bunch of trolls and stuff. Like, oh man, it's so good. It's so good. Guillermo's the fucking king. Mad love for Guillermo. Horns for Guillermo. He's my boy. I want to meet that guy sometime. I hope this career takes me to the point where I get to meet him.
Today is currently Cocomelon, a show with famously cheap production costs and a subpar animation quality. But here's a little insider secret. The studios don't care about the quality. The only thing they care about is that Cocomelon is the #3 most subscribed YouTube channel, and it generates millions of dollars in revenue. Studios want to spend as little as possible on animated content moving forward.
Okay, wait. Did we catch that though? Small studios pay attention. Small studios pay attention.
Quality. But here's a little insider secret. The studios don't care about the quality. The only thing they care about is that Cocomelon is the
Look at the number of subscribers that is. Do you know how much revenue that must generate for them? Why you guys have not invested, taken that amazing talent you have and not just given them a platform to put shorts on and mint the money off of it? Listen, if you did it, your contracts would have sucked anyway. We probably would have been here having the same goddamn conversation. But holy crap, like the idea that you just keep going back to those big studios, hands open saying, please, sir, may I have some more, is fucking pathetic to me.
3 most subscribed YouTube channel, and it generates millions of dollars in revenue. Studios want to spend as little as possible on animated content moving forward. By the way, there's apparently a Cocomelon movie in the works at DreamWorks. I had to find that out while researching for this video, and now you have to live with that information too. The second reason that the animation industry is at its worst point in history is that almost every single studio is currently engaged in massive layoffs. Despite previously embarking on massive hiring
Massive layoffs, you say? Who could possibly have been affected by those?
sprees during the pandemic, studios now appear lost in their next steps and responding paradoxically with widespread layoffs as their go-to strategy. In November of 2023, Netflix Animation announced its plan to lay off 1/3 of its feature animation team. They have reduced the amount of promised yearly animated films from 6 down to 2. Netflix also shelved many of its film projects, which will never see the light of day. Disney stated that in January 2024 that it's laying off 20% of Pixar, reversing its decision to make animated series for Disney+. This is mostly because Disney lost almost $1 billion the year before. But that's not all. In other areas of the industry, including
Mike, yeah, you know what? You're right. I gotta be careful, more careful with that. So yeah, Aspen, I'm gonna cover this thing again. Aspen saying, that they do not agree with what this man is saying. Assumption that Cocomelon is aimed at 12 and below. The CPI is probably something like 25 US cents, like so 0.25 US dollars per ad served. Assuming 3 to 6 ads per video per person, that's like $1 million per episode. And because the kids and the kids don't care. But here's the thing. One thing that's very strange about this though is that and one thing that that is not taken into account, I think, often enough by these people, because you're right on paper, and this is the thing, on paper that sounds like a really good what's it, ad return, right? But I, like, you know, I don't know. I'm not actually certain. And I think this may be the reason that YouTube is like so dead set on on ad block killing and stuff, because I think that a lot of those people are avoiding ads in a huge way. So they're getting the exposure, but they're not getting the ad revenue. And again, this is like, these studios are addicted to ad revenue. They cannot get off that advertising dick. They are on that dick, addicted to it. And just get off, man. Get off the ad dick. Just get off the ad dick. Make your daddy proud and get off the advertising dick. Find another dick. But yeah, like everybody ad blocks everything, right? And so like they're probably like, you know, these MBA motherfuckers who are like fresh out of college be like, nah man, we're gonna make it on YouTube. I'm gonna get promoted. Yeah, I'm gonna get that jet ski I always wanted back when I was a frat boy. Oh yeah. No, man, that's not, you don't understand how people work. This is the thing. Like, but like YouTube okay, if you look at something like Has Been Hotel, they tested the waters on YouTube, but then they absolutely went and got funding in a traditional way as soon as they could, because that's what it's for, right? But like going to the same people, here's the thing, it also opens the door to private investors instead of the same old Hollywood fucks who you keep going to and having to fillate for their money, for their share or your share of the advertising money, that they're filleting the advertisers. There's a lot of filleting happening. Just get off the advertiser dick. These can't handle the jet ski anymore. Do not use jet skis or you're worse. Yes, jet skis are bad. Don't use jet skis. That's why I used it for the example for the frat boy. We don't like frat boys.
Animation-related roles in the video game industry. DreamWorks Animation has laid off hundreds of workers. Warner Brothers has shut down Rooster Teeth. Microsoft laid off almost 2,000 workers from Activision.
Wait, hold on. Rooster Teeth was Warner Brothers? I didn't know that. Okay. Rooster Teeth had its very own set of problems. Like, I was a fan of Rooster Teeth back in the day. And then the bad things started happening. Then we started hearing about all the bad things, the very bad things. Although Barb, I love Barb. Barb's from Ottawa. Barb, if you ever want to like come on the podcast and chat, if you're visiting Ottawa, I would love for your perspective on working for Rooster Teeth.
Has shut down Rooster Teeth. Microsoft laid off almost 2,000 workers from Activision Blizzard and shut down 4 different Bethesda studios: Arcane Austin, Alpha Dog Studios, Roundhouse Games, and Tango Gameworks. Sony is laying off 900 workers from Sony Interactive Entertainment. Paramount announced plans for layoffs to affect its animation division. Unity laid off 1,800 employees. Riot Games laid off 11% of its global staff. Electronic Arts laid off 670 employees, and that's all in the last 4 months. The situation is particularly frustrating because these layoffs follow a period of rapid hiring by these same companies. Animators and production workers were brought on board with the promise of long-term projects and a stable career path. It used to be that if you were a Disney animator, you could feasibly work there for 15 to 20 years. But there is so much turnover happening that this is no longer a possibility. The most unsettling aspect of this situation is the lack of consequences for those at the top. While animators lose their jobs and their livelihoods, the executives who made the initial decisions to ramp up spending on streaming are largely unscathed. They may even receive bonuses for cutting costs through layoffs. This disparity is creating an immense sense of frustration and the feeling that the burden of the industry's struggles falls disproportionately on the artists who are creating the content. But if the studios are laying off all of these artists and production workers, then who exactly is going to make the future of animated films? The third reason that the animation industry is collapsing is from an increase of outsourcing to other countries with cheaper labor. In addition to reducing the amount of spending on animation overall, the studios are also changing the way that they do spend money, and more importantly, where. 2D animation for TV has been outsourced for a long time, but it seems that within the last few years, this is starting to affect feature animation as well. This is not without precedent though. Sony Pictures Imageworks used to operate in Culver City until around 2014, when they packed up and moved most of their production up to Vancouver. One of the people in charge of overseeing the shift was Randy Lake, who was named DreamWorks' chief operating officer a few years ago. He's the one responsible for laying out DreamWorks' plan to lay off hundreds of artists and production workers in favor of...
wait, hold on. What was this guy's name?
Shift was Randy Lake, who is...
Randy Lake! Oh, guys, can we get a round of horns for Sony executive Randy Lake? Randy Lake! His plan for the mass layoffs. Randy! Thank you, Randy. Your service is well noted. You will be added to the wall of dicks. Just screen cap him real quick. And we will add you to the wall of dicks.
officer a few years ago. He's the one responsible for laying out DreamWorks' plan to lay off hundreds of artists and production workers in favor of taking advantage of foreign tax credits. You see, DreamWorks has started shifting away from fully in-house animation production by outsourcing a large amount of work to a Canadian studio, which, by the way, is Sony Pictures Imageworks. Within the last few weeks, DreamWorks has reportedly laid off hundreds of artists, many of whom I used to work with directly. DreamWorks Animation claims much of their layoffs will be through natural
fucking Canadians. They're the other red menace. Don't be sending them work. Oh my God, they're socialists. The Reds are coming, but they're coming from the north.
Attrition, which is corporate speak for letting contracts of the workers expire without paying them a severance. NBC Universal is clearly trying to make DreamWorks function more like their cash cow, Illumination Studios. Illumination has been working with external.
We do like cows. We know how cows work. Y'all got cows up in Canada? Can we milk you? Can you milk a Canadian?
Vendor studios outside of the US since its inception. They've also generated billions of more dollars in the last 10 years than DreamWorks really ever has. Unfortunately for DreamWorks, the math just isn't mathing, and NBC Universal has ordered them to start finding ways to cut costs.
I feel like when people say the math isn't mathing, math always fucking maths. That's why it's math. If the math isn't mathing, it's because someone's cheating.
Hence the outsourcing. Disney also recently opened up Disney Animation Vancouver to take advantage of those same tax credits. It's not too much of a stretch to think of the future
Brian asks about if it is cheaper, isn't it much cheaper to make movies and TV shows in Canada? Absolutely it is. The majority of American TV shows are filmed in Canada if they can. If it doesn't have to be in like Arizona or something. If there's trees, it's probably Vancouver.
Disney Animation belongs in Vancouver and not in Burbank. But hey, at least they can say they're not working with a partner studio since they already own that partner studio. Now, don't get me wrong, I have the utmost respect for the animators up in Canada, and I think it's great if they can find work. But unfortunately, the studios don't have that same level of respect. A scathing article from Vulture last year detailed just how chaotic and brutal the working conditions were.
Wait, I gotta bring this. I gotta find this.
Across the Spider-Verse. An artist was quoted as saying over 100 people left the project because they couldn't take it anymore. The animators were forced to work 11-hour days, 7 days a week for an entire year with constant revisions and for very little money. The reason that studios are able to get away with this is partially because Canadian animators are not unionized to the same capacity that American animators are, which is another reason why those foreign tax credits.
This is the one. This is the one. So I worked on Brickleberry season 1. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I worked on Brickleberry season 1. It was created. It was made here in Canada. And I remember the very first thing that these assholes told to us. We do need a union emote. We do. It'll just be like a picture of like an ape breaking a branch. Like, yeah. So I worked on Brickleberry season 1, and I remember this was a Daniel Tosh show. Do you guys remember Daniel Tosh? Do you remember Daniel Tosh? Why did anyone like Daniel Tosh? Why? They were like, the jokes sell themselves. I'm like, they do? My mistake. Anyway, so season 1 finished, and it was a nightmare. And they approached the studio. From what I understand, they approached the studio for season 2, and the studio that I was working for at the time said, "Nah, no, not for the shit you put us through. You're gonna have to pay us more than that."
Show. He is also the voice of the woman with a growling vagina, Connie, Mr. Right here.
Where is this part? Get past this.
Yucko right here. So we've always show on MTV2 in 2005 called Stankervision.
So quiet.
Kind of led us here. We've always loved animation and had a short animated segment on our show, and this is awesome. Hey everybody! This is incredible. I can't believe we're sitting
Daniel Tosh.
You guys
Tosh.0.
doing this show that was filmed sketches that you would show at a movie.
It's so quiet. Who put this on YouTube?
People would go crazy. You had little animated segments.
So you want to
I need to get the audio boosting thing. Well, anyway, okay, I'm gonna put the link in the chat because it's so fucking quiet. But what happens during this Comic-Con panel is one of these assholes basically says that they kicked the Canadians to the curb because they get asked why they changed animation studios, and they say they kicked the Canadians to the curb. No, asshole, you were a piece of shit to work for and to work with, and you didn't offer us enough money to put up with your nonsense or Daniel Tosh's garbage humor. Anyway. But again, the animators don't get no respect, man. They get no respect.
Look so darn appealing to these studios. These brutal conditions are not only happening in Canada, but all over the world. Animation studios in South Korea, India, the Philippines, Japan, and more consistently overwork their animators for a reduced rate. The deadlines are unrealistic and the animators are overloaded with shots. But oftentimes the studios will make their artists sign NDAs so that they don't speak out about these harsh conditions. Some of these studios also work on American animation.
Muted again? I'm always muted. You'd think that, like, the delay would be shorter and I would notice faster. I forgot everything I was talking about. It's not just NDAs like he was talking about. Here, I'm gonna move this away. We're not gonna mute it anymore. I'll just move the mic away from myself when I don't want to be heard. That'll be easier, okay? It's not just NDAs. You get NDAs, you get anti-defamation clauses, you get you have your copyright rights stripped from you. You get non-compete clauses that usually extend about a year or so past the end of the contract that you're working on, or that you'll be from when you're fired. There's all sorts of things. There's even once where we had one guy who was who we will cover eventually. Be prepared for that. One of the true villains of the animation industry. But I remember him saying that you could not take any knowledge that you learned working for that business, teach it to other people at another business. And I was like, no, you can't do that. Go get yourself a patent. You think you can do that, but you can't. You can't patent how you swing a hammer. You can't patent how you swing a hammer. But we're going to end up covering that guy in a very special section on the podcast eventually. It's like, yeah, it's longer than it should be. It isn't getting the partner encoding, but I'm partnered. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's about. I'll have to look into it. Who knows? Anyway, I have it enabled. I just don't know why it's not.
Animated TV series. Most US productions outsource their animation overseas, such as Family Guy, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Clone Wars, and pretty much every DreamWorks TV show. Recently, artists at studios like MAPPA in Japan have started to leak how brutal the working conditions are, and I hope that more stories come out about these working conditions in other countries and studios. It's unfortunate that it takes leaks for this information to get out, but that's the world we live in. Number 4.
It's like working in a sweatshop. One thing, I had this come to Jesus moment this year where I realized I had this sudden and visceral realization that I worked at a Disney sweatshop. We're just outsourced. We're just an outsourced factory, and the only thing they care about is output. It's just a sweatshop.
In addition to corporate priorities shifting, a lot of corporations are changing hands quite frequently. The film industry is experiencing a wave of consolidation and mergers, and with that comes the consolidation of animation studios. Hollywood studios are famously one of the reasons we still have antitrust laws in the US. In 1948, the Department of Justice filed an antitrust lawsuit against the 8 largest motion picture companies at the time, effectively preventing them from engaging in monopolistic practices. But in August of 2020, the DOJ repealed these decrees, effectively giving the green light to these studios to consolidate all they want. When Disney completed its acquisition of 20th Century Fox, this included Fox's animation studio, Blue Sky. It only took 8 months for Disney to shut down Blue Sky and absorb its IP into the Disney family. Hundreds of workers were suddenly displaced because Blue Sky was pretty much the only large animation studio operating on the East Coast. Famously, one of Blue Sky's last projects, Nimona, was canceled by Disney after Blue Sky was shuttered. The movie ended up surviving and was finished up by DNEG Animation for Netflix. It even got a Best Animated Film nomination over.
Can you imagine that shit? Like, that's some Telltale nonsense, right? Like, you guys heard about that shit going down with Telltale Games, right? Same shit, but I bet you didn't hear about it.
Disney's wish. The reason this story is incredible, aside from how phenomenal the movie is how rare this comeback story is in our industry. 9 times out of 10, the projects that people dedicated years of their life to will be shut down in a heartbeat. And
yeah, but okay, but what about the original people who actually did all the work? Not just the designer, not just the writer, not just the showrunner. What about the actual people who did half the fucking work on that show? The new studio got most of the credit.
Might never see the light of day, meaning that artists can never use those shots that they created to showcase their most recent work on their portfolio. And that's what happens when studios consolidate. As Disney's situation demonstrated, running multiple animation studios where one is clearly more successful than the other doesn't make business sense. Now that other tech companies are entering the business like Apple and Amazon, who virtually have unlimited resources, the studios are struggling to stay relevant, and they believe that merging will make them more competitive with these streaming services, which means that overlapping departments and redundant positions will be eliminated. My biggest fear is that the same could happen to DreamWorks Animation. They've already been hit hard with the layoffs and the plan to start outsourcing their animation production to Canada, and all it would take is a few underperforming movies for NBC Universal to consider the future of the studio. You might think that they'd never do this, that NBC respects the legacy of DreamWorks, but history shows that corporate decisions often prioritize financial gains over any creative integrity. Considering just how profitable Illumination is compared to DreamWorks, it's not unfounded to worry that DreamWorks could face a similar fate as Blue Sky. This is the sobering reality of the animation industry under capitalism. The beautifully creative voices at this studio, the artists whom I was lucky enough to call my coworkers and still call my friends, could suddenly be silenced one day because an AI
wait, is my guy got the same fucking villain origin story as I do? I need to meet this man. He's from the past. Look at this backdrop. Is that me? Did I know this whole time?
It would be better for the shareholders if Illumination animated Shrek instead. And speaking of AI, time to talk about everyone's least favorite acronym, AI. 2 years ago, it seemed like AI was decades away from becoming a real threat to Hollywood. But suddenly in the last several weeks, several companies have shown significant strides in generative AI. Most notably was OpenAI's Sora, a text-to-video AI that yields stunning results. Now, the threat of displacing workers with AI is very real. According to a study by the Animation Guild, by 2026, more than 118,000 animation jobs will be affected.
118,000?
By 2026, more than 118,000.
118,000 jobs. 118,000 jobs. What's the population of your city currently?
Animation jobs will be affected in the US to be consolidated, replaced, or eliminated by generative AI. Jeffrey Katzenberg, the co-founder of DreamWorks, even said that AI will eliminate 90% of artist jobs on animated films. Though Jeffrey also founded Quibi.
Here's the thing. Okay, now, if you're like me and you're like, AI is never going to do it, you're like, then you're like, you know what? They'll give up eventually. I don't think they're going to give up. I think they're willing to lose their shirt over this. And that means there'll still be no jobs. That's what I'm here to talk about. I don't believe the jobs are going to come back because they're capitalists. If it proves to not be profitable, they'll just take their money and go home. Y'all should be prepared.
So take that with a grain of salt. I need to be clear here. I am personally of the mind that AI is a tool, but we need to follow that logic all the way through, because when we do, the displacement of workers doesn't really make logical sense. Most CEOs will agree that AI is a tool, saying that it's like a power tool versus a screwdriver. But imagine a construction foreman building a house who gets some really shiny new power tools. The foreman determines that these new power tools are so easy to use that they turn around and fire the experienced carpenters in favor of having unskilled workers handle complex construction tasks with these.
Okay, this is actually happening in the animation industry every day. Every day. I'm sorry to say this, but when I was first getting out of animation, I'm going to sound like an old man. Okay, but this isn't what this is about. This isn't about me being replaced because I'm old. But when I went to school for traditional animation. I learned on pencil and paper. Okay, but immediately out of college, I got a job working for a digital animation studio, and we were beta testing what would become Toon Boom. And it left a lot of traditional animators behind. But that would have been okay. But the difference is they lowered the barrier for the artists. But, it's like, and again, I don't want to be like I'm not trying to be elitist about this or anything, but the appeal, I'm telling you right now, right? You look at them hiring people with 3 to 7 years experience only. They are much more interested in employing lower skilled labor for cheaper than anything else. Okay? You got to see the writing on the wall about this. Yeah, robots and automation will kill jobs. Now AI will kill jobs too. Yeah, and even if it doesn't effectively kill jobs, they'll have invested so much money that they will never get back. It'll all go into the investor bros' pockets, and they'll have to shutter the studio anyway because sunk cost fallacy. Conservative thinkers will drown holding on to an anchor, thinking about, oh, the iron in this might be worth something someday. So do not bet on them. Don't bet on them. Prepare yourself. This is what this is about. That's why I'm going to be like, we're talking to a tattoo artist who is a former student of mine. Very cool. I actually got some fresh ink from her. You won't be able to see it now because it's all gross, right? But I got some fresh ink. There's a picture on my Instagram. But yeah, it's like I got some fresh ink. I'm going to talk to her. She's midway through her apprenticeship right now. And the person who is sort of like overseeing her apprenticeship, also a former student of mine. It's very cool. So we'll talk to both of them. I also want to talk to the person who owns and operates the studio that they're working out of, which is Eastside Inc. It's Eastside Inc. It's over on it's in the East End, obviously, just like off Saint Laurent, kind of north of the mall if you're an Ottawa native. But super cool. I will be doing an interview with them. I can definitely do an online interview if I have to. I really do want to get this kind of thing going so that I'll be able to have a higher quality interview on the road and stuff like that, especially while I still have my car. Probably selling the car. Probably get a cheaper car. I'll figure it out. Anyway, but yeah, the lower skilled labor market is so appealing to these conservative minded people because they see it as saving money.
new power tools. If you were worried about the quality of the house, wouldn't that be concerning? Isn't this ridiculous? This is a false cause fallacy in logic. Ease of use does not negate the value of expertise, akin to assuming a power tool's efficiency renders a skilled carpenter's experience unnecessary. Unfortunately, that seems to be exactly what's going to happen in Hollywood. OpenAI is currently meeting with Hollywood studio executives to show how they can utilize their new tool. But if you notice—
Guys, we just saw the results of this. James Cameron signed on. James, people only use it to make porn, you fuckwad. Just porn. You're dumbass. I know a lot of people were real heartbroken when they heard about James Cameron signing on with OpenAI.
they're not meeting with any creatives at the same studios, like animators or VFX supervisors. This approach might lead to even more layoffs rather than empowering artists with AI to enhance their efficiency. Despite CEOs claiming AI will boost productivity, the reality often shifts towards reducing staff under the guise of saving time and money, mirroring the flawed logic from earlier that more efficient tools require fewer skilled workers. There's always the advice of learning a new skill to stay relevant, but frankly, this is becoming less and less.
Can we replace the executives making these decisions with AI? Can we do that? Because they might be able to see more than, you know, immediately in front of them.
Practical. For years, there have been countless articles encouraging people to learn how to code so they don't get left behind. I'm sure you've seen them. But now, the CEO of NVIDIA is publicly declaring that coding will be a skill offloaded to AI. So even that advice isn't practical anymore. And you know what? He's absolutely right. If you don't think AI will be coming for literally any other skill that you would be teaching yourself, you're in for a rude awakening. Like I mentioned earlier, studios are not primarily interested in high quality content. These studios are a business at the end of the day, and they care first about what they will get back in returns at the box office. I said this when I spoke up last year about the visual effects in The Flash, and it's only a matter of time before the animation industry feels this as well. These companies are looking for any reason to use AI not as a tool, but as an excuse to significantly reduce spending on pesky human artists. When we say that generative AI threatens the livelihood—
not spending money on human artists. Why? What did we do to you? What did we do to you fuckers with money? I don't understand. What did we do to you? What did we do? We keep making you money. Why don't you like us? Is it because we're cooler than you? We can be less cool. We can be less cool. Just... I feel like you're being babies about this, guys. Like the money people. But like, come on the show. We'll talk. Come on the show. We'll have a conversation. We can work this out. I'm not such a mean guy. If you got to know me, you'd get along with me. For real. I get along with everybody, even the chuds. I mean, even like you guys. Yeah, even the capitalists. It'll be cool. We'll hang, we'll kibitz a little bit. Listen, my dad's a diplomat, okay? It's fine. You people are everywhere. And it's okay. It's okay that you have this disability. I'm willing to help y'all with this. Come on the show, we'll have a talk. I'm gonna teach you some things. It's gonna be great.
Of artists, this is what we're talking about. Because at the end of the day, ChatGPT is not the one calling in hundreds of artists onto one Zoom call to tell them that they've all been laid off. It's the humans that are doing this. The same humans that receive massive bonuses for saving the company money by implementing these massive layoffs.
This is a great point. I love this. Zombarella, yes. The people who consume AI art were never real art consumers to begin with. Absolutely true. Yes. This is true. Also, I feel like this goes hand in hand with this feeling I have about AI, is that when you look at AI, when you look at an AI piece of art, you never look at it for very long. It's like 2 seconds. Because I noticed this because when AI art first came out, I was like, I was not like everybody else. Everybody else was like, right? Like, or at least the artists were, right? I was like, oh, cool. I wanted to study it. I was like, wait, I could get Frank Frazetta's art drawn in any way I want to? That sounds amazing. How can I make that happen for myself, right? And then I can study the results. But the thing was, is I got the outputs and I would like load them up. And then when you go to study them, you're like, oh, this is like not actually good. Like, and I'm not trying to be a dick about that. Like, it's like, I actually want it to be good. But when you go down into the studying it level, things flow into each other a lot. There's a lot of noise that just sort of looks like detail. There's stuff that doesn't make sense when you start analyzing it and stuff like that. So you can't use it as a study tool, which I was like, okay, fine. But I was like, maybe I can just enjoy it. And yeah, like, listen, I was playing around with AI quite a bit. I try to stay up to date with it and stuff. I don't use it for any money making purposes. Like, I would never use it to put out something in the world I'm going to try to make money on, right? But I play with it a lot. It's very interesting. It's very cool. And there's some cool stuff people are doing it with, attaching it to like Blender and stuff like that. And then you like you make blobs and then ask it to generate. And that's very cool. Tools are cool. But I noticed that because I can't study it, I never really spend a lot of time looking at an AI piece of art. I'll like look at it for a couple seconds, but there's also another thing. Every time I see a piece of AI art, there's a gallery of like 10 pictures there. And so I'll look at one and go, that's pretty cool. And then go, maybe the next one is good. Next one. And I just like, but I go through every one of them. I'm just like, and it's like, I get through the whole gallery and I'm like, and I've been like, okay, yeah, that was pretty good. And then I'll be like, it's kind of like cheap cocaine, because then you'll be like, maybe the next gallery will be good, and you'll go looking and you'll spend a lot of time just sort of looking through galleries and never find anything that you really want to save onto your hard drive. That means, to me, that says that art has no value. If you're not willing to hoard that, like here, okay, I come from the digital age of like back in the day when people were pirating and burning shit on CDs, and we all had fucking stacks of spindles this high of CDs filled with movies and games and shit, okay? Like, I'm old school that way, right? And I would not burn any of this shit on a CD. So it doesn't have any value, man. I don't care. I just don't care. Like, if it's on a gallery hosted somewhere, I'll check it out. What's a CD? I'll fucking kill you. I'll kill you. Come here, Painted. Come here. I just want to talk. It's got no value, man. Your AI nonsense, if somebody isn't even willing to save it to their hard drive, you will never, ever get $1 out of it. Motherfucker, I put out crazy ass artwork for 20 years. You know how hard it was to get people to pay for that? You think someone's gonna pay for your AI nonsense? Give me a fucking break. I got a bridge to sell you in London. Let's keep watching this video.
By now, you're probably pretty upset by the state of the industry. Believe me, it's pretty much all I've been thinking about for the past year or so. And it's a real bummer, but I don't want it to seem like this is the end of the industry. The animation industry will survive, but only if we take decisive action now and control exactly how this industry adapts. The way I see it, there are two major silver linings ahead. So the first thing you can do to help shape the future of this industry is to support indie animation. We are going to see the rise of auteurs and smaller teams in the next few years as a reaction against the dominance of commercial blockbuster cinema. We're already starting to see indie studios beat Hollywood at their own game, like the small Oscar-winning VFX team for Godzilla Minus One. I don't think it'll be long before an indie studio wins Best Animated.
Yes! Do it! Do it! Do it! 3 or 4 of you get together, show them how it's done, make your own fucking movies, better. All you VFX artists in Montreal, call up your friends. Make a little studio together. Just start cold calling video production studios in Montreal, in Ottawa. Fireside Pictures in Ottawa. I know somebody who works there. I'll see if I can get you guys hooked up. VFX artists, you need a job? Offer it. Be like, we'll do it for cheaper. Whoever you're doing, undercut them right now. Fuck them. Undercut them. Fuck them. Take their contracts away. Take their contracts away with your skill and your need. They don't need it as bad as you do. Fucking take it.
Film at the Oscars. Additionally, with the rise of new mediums like spatial computing, indie studios have a chance to create the playbook for some amazing stories for future generations.
You don't need the recognition, you just need the money.
Zop Studios is developing our first animated short film for VR called
Your community will know.
It's sort of like WALL-E meets Metropolis in VR. I won't take too much time discussing it here, but you can learn more about this project as well as when our Kickstarter will go live at the link in the description. But that brings up another related point. If you're not sharing your own work on social media, you
My man's got a Kickstarter. I'm putting it in the chat. Has anybody got a Kickstarter that they're running currently? Not one that you're supporting, one that your Kickstarter. If you have a Kickstarter, I will. If you have a Kickstarter, I will let you. Don't spam it in the chat. I'll ban your fucking ass. I will let you post it when promotion time is around. Okay, when I say promotion time, I'll make a special scene, and people start putting their links in the chat and stuff like that. You know, better yet, if you have. This is better. This is better. This is better. This is better. If you guys have a hold on. If you guys have a Kickstarter, I will promote it for you. I have to get better about having this ready to post somewhere. Yeah. I'm just about to give the... I'm trying to open Outlook and it's doing things. And why are you opening so many windows? What do you mean sign failed? I'm being impressed, guys. I'm being suppressed already. Day one. Sorry, I'm doing some weird, having issues with getting the email address to work. All right, cool. It's asking me to go check my email. It's doing this live. I'm going to play the video while I'm dealing with this. Hang on one sec. This is stupid.
You really never know who's going to see it. It's how a 14-year-old Lego animator, Preston Matenga, wound up working on Across the Spider-Verse. If he never shared his work online, it would have never gotten seen by the filmmakers. I also shared a Bionicle animation I made for fun with another artist, and it's sitting at a cool 1.7 million views on Instagram. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you never know what will go viral, so share your work, even if it's not done yet. Now, this is all great news for indie artists that have the capacity to strike out on their own, but for the artists that are currently in the larger studios fighting for their right to work, it's a very different environment. Eventually, the studios will want to hire artists to clean up AI-generated content for a significantly lower rate. And I know this because the studios wanted to do the same exact thing with the screenwriters last year. They floated the idea of hiring writers to clean up AI-generated scripts for lower rates, something that was taken off the table when the WGA went on strike and got protections against this very practice. Which brings us to why striking right now is so important, and the second major silver lining. This silver lining is more complicated, but let me explain here. There is a chance that Hollywood might shut down again this summer because of the upcoming negotiations between the studios and IATSE. IATSE is the largest union in Hollywood. Animation workers in the Animation Guild, or TAG, are part of IATSE. They negotiate their master agreement separately from the IATSE basic agreement, though it references the basic agreement for health and pension benefits. TAG's master agreement expires at the the end of July and will not renegotiate until August. Therefore, if IATSE strikes this summer, TAG will have the option to participate in solidarity actions authorized by their union, but separately, TAG could vote to authorize their own strike against the AMPTP, which would mean many large studios would be without their animation workers. It is important to note that negotiations are going well so far, as many of the major locals in IATSE have already reached agreements ahead of the general negotiations, but more important,
I was muted again. I'm always muted. Always muted. I need a muted mic, or I need a muted emote. I will make that happen. Muted emote needs to happen. I know. Sorry. Sorry. As an animator in Canada, yes, I am 100% for strike action. You should do it. Seek like if you have a union, right? Not just in Canada. If you have a union, you need to use it. Use it liberally. Apply directly to the forehead. Apply directly to their forehead. Now, here's the thing. Like, if you don't have a union, you should seek unionization. Even if you're employed right now, look around you and grab a clue. Look around, get a clue. And this is not about getting higher wages. This is not about getting higher wages. This is about transparency. Transparency with people, guarantees of upcoming contract work long ahead of the end of your current contract so you can make plans. Transparency. If there's not going to be work, you should be able to know about it as early as possible. We should be able to live track the schedule being set for upcoming contracts by law, because they're not going to voluntarily do it. Seek unionization. Get clarity, get transparency, and get some frickin' certainty in your life.
Importantly, these upcoming negotiations are the final chance we will ever get to keep these kind of jobs. Now, as a brief disclaimer, I am not a member of IATSE and am in no way affiliated with them. I do have many friends that are in the union, but the following are my own opinions based on my own experience. I'm just very concerned about the future of animation and the film industry as a whole, and I don't want to see them lose everything that they've worked for. As painful as strikes are, I actually think this is one of the more important ones for animation. Not only will it lead to radical change if they succeed, but there's actually a precedent of animation workers striking successfully. In 1941, the workers at Disney went on strike after years of long hours, low pay, and broken promises. Even Snow White's record-breaking box office numbers didn't translate to fair treatment for the workers. Their 4-month strike proved historic, forcing Disney to recognize the union and paving the way for better working conditions not only in animation, but the film industry in general. This was one of the first instances of a successful strike in Hollywood, and in the end, the studio realized that the workers had the power and gave into their demands. There's a lot of similarities between the working conditions in 1941 and today. These strikes are about making working conditions better for future generations so they don't have to experience the same hardships. The writers and actors got much of what they asked for by striking for so long, including some protections from AI. In my opinion, animators need to demand better working conditions from the studios, especially in light of the increased demand for animation content. They should also be asking for workplace safety measures such as guarantees regarding remote work options, mental health support, and measures to prevent crunch time. They should be pushing for job security measures, including longer-term contracts and severance pay. Most importantly, they should be demanding protections against the displacement of human labor by AI technologies, including requiring human oversight of AI-generated content, or at least compensation for the use of AI that directly impacts their job. Frankly, if protections against AI are not included in these upcoming negotiations, then the jobs might not exist by the time the next round of negotiations happen. This doesn't just go for animators either. If studios are allowed to use generative AI, that means everyone who would normally work on set to get that footage will suddenly be out of a job. All the camera crews, the lighting crews, the stunt performers, the hair and makeup teams, the extras, the production workers, all of them will suddenly find themselves out of a job. We are at a crossroads right now where the technology is new enough to start putting in safeguards for the humans that will be affected, and it's not too late late to get protections against AI in writing. The WGA did it last year, and IATSE can do it again this year. Look, striking is not an ideal situation. I am very empathetic to the fact that not everyone's situation is the same, and some people are still struggling from the strikes last year. I get that. But at this moment in history, it's crucial to remember why such measures become necessary. Strikes aren't just about the immediate grievances. They're a call for long-term sustainability in our profession, respect for our craft, and a fair share in the industry we pour our hearts into. It's about making our voices heard, demanding respect and recognition.
Yeah, Hobo, it's weird, right? Corporate training, yeah, anti-union. Yeah, it's so strange. So strange that they are unionized actors playing the corporate people who are in these anti-union videos. It's crazy. We live in a dystopian nightmare.
We deserve.
But remember the Death Star engineers. Remember the Death Star engineers. They picked their side.
Securing a future where we're not perpetually on the brink of losing everything we worked for. If you are a member of IATSE or you're working in the film industry, start preparing now for the possibility of a strike this summer. If you're completely outside the industry but still want to support these artists, the union will provide updates on whether or not to boycott any particular streaming services or specific projects, so make sure to check with IATSE if and when that time comes. You can also share this video with your friends and family to help them understand that this is a crucial time, not just for the artists in the film industry, but this could also set a precedent for every other industry that is seeking to replace its workers with AI. To my fellow animators in Canada,
this guy
I
has
encourage
high
you to
hopes on
discuss
that front.
unionization efforts
could,
with each
but
other. The work that will be outsourced is coming your way, and you will be overworked and underpaid if you don't stand together and speak out. There is a Canadian animation guild that is already part of IATSE, and you can learn more about it at the link in the description. This goes for animators outside of North America too. I know every country's situations are different, but collectively you have the power to stand up for better working conditions. I wanted to make this video because I feel so passionately about the animation industry, clearly, and I hate to think that it'll be desecrated in the next few years. I've made lifelong friends from this industry, and it's full of some of the most genuinely good people that I've ever met. Everyone in animation is basically the polar opposite of the typical Hollywood personality, and it's made working in this industry so much fun. Our industry is really small, and people you work with on one project will find a way back into your life several projects later. These humans deserve to keep their livelihoods and their dreams alive. We all understand that what we do is not life or death. We're making cartoons. We're not nurses or surgeons or coal miners, and we're not risking our lives every day. But our work is important to people who need a break from the stresses of everyday life and just want a glimmer of escapism. The worlds that these human artists create in our industry are more important to people than even we realize, and none of us want to see the spark of creativity extinguished by a few studio executives looking to buy a bigger yacht. If you've made it to the end of this video, please share this video and leave a comment about what your favorite animated movie means to you. If you're curious about the roles in animation that are not animators, you need to watch this next video where I break down a department you might not have heard of. Until next time, thank you for watching.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay, I was having email issues, but I figured them out while we were watching that video, which is great. I can do that while we watch. I can do like administrative stuff while we watch some of the videos that I've already seen before. We're definitely gonna have to watch some of these again in the future, most likely, which is great. Guys, definitely go check out these videos and stuff. Like I'm leaving the info for you guys right there. It's right there. I'm not subscribed because this is a different browser. I'm not logged in. I'm not showing you people my browser history. I'm an artist. That's the only reason. Go visit their channel and subscribe. They make cool content. MMP, what does MMP stand for? Well, in the animation industry, MMP stands for Main Model Pack. But around here, it's for Molten Ink Media Production. Oh yeah, every artist. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the only reason. Every artist has that's the reason we all have Weird browser history. No other reason. Back off. Get your own browser history. Oh man, I'm an artist. Browser history has to be on a list. Oh man, I'm gonna be on all the lists. Whatever the lists are, if there's a list, I'm on the list. I'm on that list. Look, I'm proud of my lists. I appreciate them for putting me on those lists. I'm happy to be on the list. Put me on more lists. Mr. NSA agent, I didn't do it. You don't have any freaking jurisdiction. Wait, do they have jurisdiction up here? Somebody want to Google that for me. All right. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get some water and stuff. Do I even have a be right back screen? I don't think I do. All right. I need to I don't even know if I have. I'm so broke. I think I have just enough money. I have just enough money to go get an energy drink. Cause I'm all out. I'm out of fuel. I'm gonna leave the stream running for you guys, but I'm gonna step out and go, and I'm gonna, guys, you should hydrate. Listen. I also hydrated, and it's also a good point for me to like stop the recording and everything, because I do want to potentially, you never know when some fun stuff I might want to cut together happens, right? But we're gonna checkpoint. We're gonna checkpoint for sure. Checkpoint sounds great. Checkpoint time. Everybody save, get up, stretch, get some fucking water, you damn deviants. And then I'm gonna run to the store real quick, and then I'll be back very soon. Hopefully within 10 minutes, guys. I hope it's gonna be within 10 minutes, because we're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna do this, and then I'll be back. Okay, all right. I love you all. You're amazing. Oh, no, I'm late. Ah, crap. Okay. One sec. How do? I may have stopped and talked to the guy at the gas station. Monster Energy drinks. I am seeking sponsorship, or at least a discount. Okay. Oh, what's up, guys? Let's catch up with chat. What are you guys up to? What's everybody up to today? First time here. You believe you're in a mess because of big corporations that treat us, the creative industry, as a cow to extract people? Yes. Why? Stop trying to milk Canadians. Don't do it. Stop. It's definitely a war crime. Stop milking Canadians. Hashtag stop milking Canadians. Stop it. No, yeah, Philippe, agreed. 100% agreed. No. Listen, Philippe, I was working at a vape store for 5 months. Okay, I gotta tell this story. For those of you who are just joining, if you're just joining, I got laid off. I was an animator for 20 years, and now it was 18 months. It's 18 months since I've been laid off. They didn't hire me back. They hired back junior animators. They hired back people from another studio who hadn't been laid off instead of me, instead of a lot of my friends. And some of my friends who did get hired back onto places were like almost immediately let go. It's ridiculous. I was working at a vape store. I know everything about vapes now. Hashtag Vape Nation. Anyway, I enjoyed working at the vape store, but it's minimum wage. Now, minimum wage may sound like a lot in Canada, but it's really not. The minimum wage actually in Canada, in Ontario, just went up to $17.20 an hour. Minimum wage is $17 an hour. It sounds like so much money, but it's not. Excuse me, it's really not. I'm like burping into the mic now. I haven't even taken a sip yet. What's wrong with me? Hang on, one sec. I'm gonna find this video. It's actually not as much as people would like to think it is, in all honesty. Let's see if I can find this dude's channel. It's probably gonna show it to me because I've watched like 2 of his videos today, or like in the last week, and so now my feed is just gonna be filled, right? It's gonna be hold on, Canadian so $17.20 sounds like hold on. Where is this video? I can't believe it's not coming up. I just watch it. You know what? Fine. You're gonna make me look through the history like some I don't go into my history. What are you doing to me, YouTube? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Hang on. Where are you hiding my history now, YouTube? Where'd you put it? Podcast playlists, channel. Lord Almighty. Oh, videos, right? It's in your videos, and it'll be histories in there now. Because they wanted to help people hide it. No, it's my videos, actually. I don't know. I kept some of these. Why it didn't come up when I searched for it is beyond me, because I just watched it. Usually its algorithm is more like thirsty than this. It's a first for me. Huh. History, it's right at the top. YouTube is weird. They keep changing the UI. Hang on. Here, I found it. I found my history. Oh, there it is. No, that's not the one. I found where I was watching it. Oh, I watched 3 of his videos. YouTube algorithm. What? Where's the thirst? Now you guys definitely can't see it because there's a whole section where I was watching River Monsters with my kid. Here we go. River Monsters is a quality show. All of you shut up.
Pay people is $17.20 an hour, then all of a sudden every business is going to be paying people $17.20
Wait,
an hour.
no, this is in the beginning. Whoops. I must have accidentally done like what's it play from this point?
The minimum wage in Canada is a disaster. It is leading to workers being exploited across the country. Because today, October 1st,
that's what
it's
I'm
the day
talking
that many provinces adjust their minimum wage, which means that Alberta and Saskatchewan have now moved into a tie for last place. What a thrill. And the minimum wages across the country are terrible. The minimum wages in Canada range from $15 an hour in Saskatchewan and Alberta to $19 an hour in Nunavut. But it is not a living wage anywhere. And there's a very common myth about minimum wage, that it's somehow for students or young workers or beginners or whatever it may be. The facts do not bear that out at all. That is an incredibly antiquated way of thinking about minimum wage. The most recent major study done by Stats Canada was in 2018, and it looked at 20 years of data. And what it found was a huge spike in the number of minimum wage workers across the economy. And that was before the major influx of temporary foreign workers, many of whom were also making minimum wage. These proportions are only going up. And the massive spikes are concentrated in places like Alberta, Ontario, and BC, which have also added a lot of population. They're just adding new exploited workers. And I want to talk about demographics.
Yeah, adding more minimum wage jobs is not the way, man. Like that's what's going on. Like it's again with the animation industry. How you expect someone to build a life if they just have to keep getting minimum wage jobs, man?
Very telling. Now, there's disproportionately more minimum wage earners in urban areas, which are more expensive to live in. And when we make assumptions about minimum wage workers being young, it's not borne out by the data. Just under 50% are above the age of 25. These are adults. The era of the high school minimum wage worker is largely gone. And while there are a lot of assumptions about these workers being primarily immigrants, that's also not the case. In 2018, 70% of minimum wage earners were Canadian-born. And the idea that
I mean, the other thing, too, is if you really look at the systems in play with, like, you know, when you get NSF fees and stuff like that, like, you know, okay, for example, this summer alone, your boy got over $850 in NSF fees in about 3 months, in a 3-month stretch. How are you supposed to pull yourself up by those bootstraps? They grease the rails at the bottom so that they don't have to see you suffer.
Wages for starter jobs is ridiculous too. 36% of minimum wage earners in Canada in 2018 had a post-secondary diploma or degree. So they're just supposed to magically upskill their way out of minimum wage even though they already have a diploma or degree. How does that work? And only 25% of minimum wage earners are unattached. Most of them have families that they are responsible for. This is an exploited class of workers that Canada's become increasingly reliant on because a lot of folks are just holding on to these myths that it's a bunch of unqualified high school kids. That's not the case. That's not what the evidence bears out. The stats just don't support the claim. And these are in important sectors. They primarily work in food service, retail, and accommodations. We need those sectors. You need food. You need places to stay. You need people to work in stores. Like, these folks are the backbone of our economy. We need all those things. We just don't want to pay the workers. Like, minimum wage in Calgary is $15 an hour. A living wage is $23.07. In Toronto, $17.20 an hour. Living wage is $25.05. In Vancouver, minimum wage is $17.20 and the living wage is $25.68. That means that Canada has created an exploited class of workers who we know are not being paid a living wage. We've made it perfectly legal to pay someone poverty wages, to pay them not enough to live by. If you worked a full year at minimum wage in Alberta, your take home would be just under $25,000 a year. Average rent in Calgary is $26,400 a year. You're not even making enough to cover rent. What are these people meant to do? But the public line is always contempt to say that it's high schoolers or workers without skills when the evidence does not show that to be the case. If you think it's high school students, prove it. And I don't mean just going to McDonald's and pointing out a high school student. I mean showing me statistical evidence that a large proportion of minimum wage earners are high schoolers. It doesn't exist. And we often get told that they're unskilled workers, but that's not the case. 36% have diplomas or degrees. They have already...
36% of people earning minimum wage are starting out in the red with gigantic amounts of school debt. Now, given In Canada, schooling doesn't cost what it costs in the States. Given. But it still costs out of pocket. Why do we have to pay for all the training, all the tools out of pocket, and then assume all the risk for the company? Because they're always going to lay off the workers first. They're never going to eliminate their business assets. They're never going to eliminate their real estate. They're never going to eliminate their cash on hand. But they'll cut that freaking labor. They'll cut that labor finger off every fucking time. Every fucking time. Dividends are made of Soylent Green. They're made of people.
Upskilled. So what more are they supposed to do? They've done everything right and they're still being exploited. And
schooling, all that out of pocket. You got to train yourself now for jobs. They expect you to have a college degree. You got to pay out of pocket for that fucking training. What the fuck is going on?
Come into my comments concerned about business costs? Don't. Like, if you cannot pay your workers enough to live, you do not have a viable business. Sorry. It's not complicated.
We pay it all out of pocket, everything, but we assume the risk? No more. And we pay for their infrastructure too. We pay for all your infrastructure.
If your business depends on exploitation to operate, you have a bad business. Like, if your staff can't afford food, then who is
I should explain. Sorry, I have quit my career as an artist. I'm switching to broadcasting, but this is where people are going to find, like, this is where people know where I'm from. And I'm talking about art specifically. We're talking about the animation industry. I'm a former animator. I've hung up my stylus. No, it's totally fine. I want to talk to the community. That's why I'm here. Because not only am I mad about the fact that I lost my job, I'm starting a podcast. I'm reaching out to people who have been harmed by these massive layoffs and stuff like that. And I want to tell their stories. I got a lot of people. I know a lot. I've been 20 years in the industry. I know a lot of people. A lot of my friends are like considering having to sell their houses. They're like, I'm losing my apartment. I have to sell my car. I'm moving to Toronto. I got no money. All the value has been stripped of me. I got nothing left but my bones and my cat. Where's my cat? I have a cat. You guys can't currently. She's my princess. She's over there. She's sleeping while I'm yelling into the camera, while I'm yelling into the mic. She's such a good girl. Oh God, now the camera's crooked. This is my hubris. No, yeah, it's so I want to tell some stories. I want to talk to people. I know some people who have retired recently. And I would love to see get their opinions and stuff. So listen, there's a lot of people out there who want to talk about it, but their identity has to be kept safe and stuff like that. You know, I don't want anyone to risk their jobs. There's so few jobs as it is that I don't want anyone to risk. Cat cam. Hit the sub goal. Cat cam. I'm gonna do that. Sub goal means funding for the podcast. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I want to tell people stories and stuff, but I need to keep people's identities potentially private and stuff. I don't want anyone to risk their jobs. And so we have an email address. If you want to email me your horror stories, that's a YouTube link. One of these days I'm going to learn how to use my like the Windows clipboard thing properly. Today's not that day though. So you can email me your animation horror stories and I will keep your name private. The idea will be I will copy and paste just the content of the story without any names. Please leave use funny names, please. Please use funny names. Please be funny. Please be funny in your horror story. All right, some of them can be very sad. That's fine. But don't use real names. Send them to me. I will copy and paste them into an InDesign document that will generate something that looks like an email, but will absolutely be hiding your identity. I will use randomly generated names, usernames for the names. But if you want to send me your horror stories about working as a creative, about your layoffs, about what you're going through, if you're struggling with your career, anything you want to talk to me about, send it to me at mmppodcast@outlook.com. and I will get your stories told. And if it's something that you feel that you want to talk to as in an interview, I can also do that. If we want to do, like, if your story is long and you really want to get into it and stuff like that, we can do that too. I can reach out, do private interviews and stuff like that as well. Happy to do that. Again, I'm all about transparency for the industry and for people. Too long we have all been harmed by not saying anything. And that's what this podcast is going to be all about. First guest is going to be great. I have a lot of positive stuff planned as well. I'm going to be interviewing people like tattoo artists, indie comic artists. I know a streamer who is also an entrepreneur, has started their own video game company. Carson Druitt, they stream here on Twitch. You should definitely check them out. Hold on. See if I'm going to try this shout out thing. Oh, no, that's a slash shout out, right? Yeah. You're in tech. No, but tech included. I think there's a lot of copyright fuckery going on in tech as well. Tech is definitely, I think tech is still creative. I consider tech creative. Coding is like poetry, or like, honestly, coding is like music. Coding is like music. I feel like coders are like musicians. And your guys' compositions and stuff, you should be credited for, right? Like, obviously you can't trademark a riff the same way that you can't trademark a function, but I think that coders are like musicians, and I think they should be celebrated as such. Yeah, you signed a document that says the code I write once published no longer belongs to me. Yeah, that's some real bullshit. That's some music industry nonsense right there, right? I mean, come on, right? Is that not? Oh, don't worry. We're going to give you 10 album deal, baby. But you're not going to see any of the profits. I honestly believe that coders should be, like, they should be championed the same way that musicians are. Also, there's so much indie code out there that's going on. It's just like the music industry in its own way. Y'all are artists the same as the rest of us. We're all making shit, and people are getting rich off our creativity. And I think you could probably get rich on your own if you formulated the right business plan. And maybe applied for some government grants like the rest of these fuckers do. We're going to expose some business plans. The Ottawa animation industry is rife with grant diggers, man. Grant chasers all over the place. You will be amazed once we start putting the numbers together how much of an animation department's budget comes out of your tax dollars. It's problematic. And it's funny because back in the day, the animation grants used to be kind of, hold on, for this sort of stuff. Like, this used to be the idea behind these Canadian Film Board animation grants. They were independent films that were produced, and the money that was like calculated for this was intended to be able to for independent artists to create something that was theirs. And this is why the Canadian content thing is so big. And I think a lot of grant writers we're playing a little fast and loose with some definitions on those grants. We'll investigate it. I'm all about this now, man. This is the career. Please support me if you're interested in me doing this kind of thing. If you can support me, please do financially. If you can't financially support me, that's totally cool. I get it. I'm strapped too. But please make clips of the stream, share them around, get some notice out here, because I'm gonna be up here in all y'all's face every fucking day. Every day. We're gonna learn about stuff. We're gonna discuss the sensitive matters. Oh, the cat came back is fantastic. This is so fucking classic. Nobody knows about this one. Oh my God. Canadian animation. Not really tilt. But what's going on? How's it going? Yeah, Canadian animation. Listen, we have some amazing talent up here in Canada. All right, we explore most of it. All right, like people come up here. Okay, people have dreams working in the animation industry, and they get their training up here because the schooling costs half as much, and then they move down to the States to make more money. And then up here, but here's the thing: all the work started getting shipped up to Canada, and then we're doing service work up here. But then as the costs escalated on the back end, they had to shift those contracts overseas. But it's because they were supported by grant money. It was never viable in the first place. It shouldn't have even been an industry. It's frustrating, but now that it is, people rely on it. And we need the grants to be better. You worked with me on some Jamful stuff? Got out of the industry? Dude, you're exactly the kind of person I want to talk to. You're out of the industry. What are you doing now? Hang on. I can do this. Is this the thing? No, that's not. Yeah. No, hold on. I think. I don't know how to. There was a chat software that I have installed and I forgot to boot up. But yeah, you worked with these Jansville stuff and you got out. What are you currently doing? Are you still doing anything art related, creativity related? But like, what are you doing? And is it been as rough as it's been for me? Oh man, I worked at a vape store and at a bar on the weekends. I barely saw my kids. I was there at the bar at like 3 a.m. I'm 43 years old. I was hauling buckets of ice upstairs and everything. I mean, I got some weight loss on the go, and I feel good about that, right? And I showed all the 20-somethings a little bit about what work ethic is like. But I feel it was unsustainable for me. But meh, crazy stuff. I don't know everybody's usernames off the top of my head yet, because it's been a hot minute about and I've never been good at it either. Let me tell you, there's two different people with like A Fox, Aspen, and then App Fox in my Discord, and for a while I was like, they're definitely the same person. And I know Lou personally. I met his child. Government program should be blacklisted, not whitelist. That's also probably true, Aspen. Good. You know what? I like that, Aspen. I'm glad I gave you a sword. Blacklist, not whitelist. Agreed. Kind of agreed. What you trying to do? Not working in entertainment at all, just working as a project coordinator. Yo, that's great though. Project coordinating, that's awesome. That's fantastic. There's like a career path in that. I feel great for you. I was talking to Ink One as well, one of a streamer friend of mine. You guys may be familiar with him. He's on all the time. He's working at a mint now. He's got like a day job, and he worked at one mint, and now he's working at a new mint. He's got like a whole ass career. I was like, man, that's freaking awesome. The tattooing is great for him, but he's like, he does it on the weekends and stuff. Like, I was like, dude, that little bit of, he gets like three or 4 days a week. I was like, that's kind of awesome. I wish I had something like that. But I'm trying to make this podcast about that. Well, it's not just going to be the stream and podcast. Broadcasting in general. Overpopulated here in California. Everybody moves to California because they want to live that lifestyle. They want the nice weather. Another thought I have about the shitty situation of the whole industry, mostly VFX, is the big companies were cannibalizing for decades, the competition, right, to get big tax cuts from cities. Right. Agreed. Yes. Yeah, the bigger companies were cannibalizing the smaller companies. Like they couldn't, they would get eaten up, or the dream was to sell your company to a bigger company. And then, yeah, they just moved them all to India. Or wherever, right? Just they moved them away. It's like, wherever they moved to, it's like they took your jobs away from you, literally, to somewhere else. Low payment contract, bad contracts. Yeah. VFX bubbles exploded in artists' faces. It definitely did. It definitely did. And like, the reality of like the VFX industry as well is like kind of heartbreaking, because like like Montreal became sort of known for it. Right. And like people were proud of being part of that industry. Like this is not just about being like the labor being cheaper somewhere. People were hurt. There were no protections in place to force those companies to stay there. There were no incentives to keep them there. So they went. And because here's the thing. I have a. So. No worries, Philippe. No worries. Totally, I understand. I'm sort of an international guy. I am a son of a diplomat. My dad, I was born in Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand. I was only there 6 weeks though, which my parents love to tell this story. It's like, yes, you took a baby on a plane from Bangkok, Thailand to Pakistan at 6 weeks old, and you want that's funny or something. Anyway, so but yeah, I've lived around the world, a lot of places and stuff. I've lived in just outside Washington D.C., in Belgium, in Moscow. I lived in Canada, obviously, Turkey as well. I've been around a lot of places, so no worries at all about any kinds of broken in English or stuff. I appreciate the effort is all that matters, you know. And if I don't understand you, I'll try to clarify. But I totally get you. I totally get you, 100%. And it's tough. It's very, very tough because I know I know that a lot of people were really working at this, and personally I have a terrible story about this in relation to your comment as well. When I was in school and when I was paying to go to college for animation, my teachers were not in class for weeks at a time because they were selling their course that they were teaching us to a school in India. Oh shit, Hobo. Hobo, thank you so much. Oh, Hobo, this is why he's VIP around here. He knows that. You are VIP, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hobo, you're the man. Coming in with the 10 gift subs. Guys, can we get like a whole round of tiny wizards? Use your new tiny wizards in the chat to thank Hobo for his support. Thank you so much, Hobo. It's people like you that are going to make this happen. And this is going to happen. Listen, I'm going to fund my way through a little bit. I'm going to sell my car. All right. I got this $20,000 car that's just sitting over there, and I fucking hate cars. The only reason I have that damn car, I never leave my neighborhood because the public transit sucks so bad in Ottawa. But I never leave my neighborhood. I put $20. Your boy Ghost rides the whip every week. All right, I put $20 in that thing, and it lasts me a week, maybe 2 weeks actually. $20 usually lasts me 2 weeks. Because all I have to do is drive my kids back to their mom's house on Sundays. That's literally the only reason I have my car. And to go grocery shopping. But I would just go grocery shopping more often and with the backpack. I like walking. I walk so much. That's how I lost all this weight. Behold the wizards! Oh, but you're amazing. Your cohort of capitalism, Bolton, that's okay. It's okay. Listen, Hobo. It is okay to be samurai. Not all of us can be Ronin. It's okay. I applaud the samurai. May your shogun treat you well, Hobo. Listen, artists need patrons. Artists need patrons. This is not about saying, no, don't take money for your art, okay? This is the opposite of that. This is about you getting better money, more money, cleaner money, less blood-soaked money for your art, okay? That's what this whole thing is about. It's what it's all about. So yeah, we're gonna we're definitely gonna hold some feet to the fire. But I mostly want to be positive. I want to explore what people have done with their lives and stuff like that. Not really Tilt. If you wanted to email me, your story of what you went through, that would be amazing. Hang on. What? Why are you being like this? Stupid website. Like I said, one of these days I'm gonna figure out how to use like the proper like stupid advanced stuff with my. Wait, hold on. What happened? What did I actually like? Oh, cool. I just didn't save my stream layout, my moderation stream layout. I'm professional streamer, guys. Professional streamer. I lost chat. Hang on, give me. There it is. I didn't save the stream layout. God help me. How did I ever make it as a streamer before? This is insane. Your boy is the absolute worst. Okay, hang on. We're almost there. Okay. All right, now we're gonna no, not cancel. I want to save. Just let me save you. I just want to save you. Just let me love you. It's because the stupid save button, I have it half screened. So the stupid save button, sorry, I just hit the mic. The stupid save button was in the wrong spot. It was behind the session area. Hang on, I still need to edit it because I put the chat on the wrong spot. This is I'm getting there. We're getting there. Okay, hang on. Oh, damn, I still have this set too. Cat cam added to the list. Yeah. Okay, all right. Scrolling to place. There we go. What's your Discord? Oh, yeah. Okay, so if you want to find me on Facebook, it's MMP Podcast on Facebook, or definitely check this out. I'm going to make a bot that has commands. I just wanted to stream today. But send me an email to mmppodcast@outlook.com. I will make sure to like everybody's names will be protected and stuff like that. Journalistic integrity is #1 around here. So yeah, we're making sure all of our sources are protected and stuff. But absolutely, feel free to send your email with your workplace. You know what? And it doesn't have to be animation. It's okay. Just send me your workplace horror story. I want to read them anyway. I'll make it a separate thing. We'll do it an after hours thing for the people who are not animation industry stuff. But just send me your workplace horror stories, and then we'll read them out. But I do want to put some exposure out for people who did have a hard time. I want people to know that people got hurt, right? That their stock dividends are not guilt-free money. Your stock dividends are not guilt-free money. Your stock dividends are not guilt-free money. Yes, plug the Discord. Aspen, yes, do the thing. Be the thing. Be the mod. Be the mod. Be the mod. Be the mod I know you can be. The MMP Discord. Oh wait, I have you modded there? I think I have you modded there. I'm pretty sure I did. Just double checking. These like damn quest things are actually kind of annoying to have. Swear to God. But yeah, we have a Discord, the MFP Discord, where you can post if you're an industry professional. There's a role there. Pick Samurai if you are currently employed. Pick Ronin if you are currently an independent or work with a small team. And we have an area for job postings. If you pick one of those two roles, you are granted access to post job postings in there and stuff. Chat with people. We have a green room and stuff like that. Eventually, I'll be bringing guests in to do just voice interviews or potentially video interviews. We'll see how things go. We'll see what people are the most comfortable with. But yeah, you can absolutely connect with me on Discord as well. Discord's probably my primary way of communicating. It's my number one social media that I feel weird about calling it social media, but it is most definitely social media, right? Ex-artists, yeah, well, if you're ex-artist, yeah, just pick Ronin. If you're ex-artist, pick Ronin, because you're no longer, you're no longer working for your thing. Yeah, that's totally fair. I should put that in the description as well. Ex-artists also pick Ronin. Yeah, if your Shogun no longer employs you, but you were once a samurai, you can pick Ronin. But yeah, it's a whole ass thing. Absolutely connect with me. I want people's, like I said, I want people's stories. People's stories, the human interest part of this is what I'm most interested in. I want people to know, and I want to listen. Anybody like if I'm in a position to be able to promote whatever it is you're doing and stuff like that with your indie career, or you, excuse me, even just your artwork for your hobby's sake and stuff like that. You want to promote your Instagram and stuff like that with an interview. I'm down for that too. I am all about lifting up artists. We should. What is this? Why do Iggy? Really? Hang on. Sorry guys, it's the autism taking control. I was like, Iggy? Those of you who watch the replay will have no idea what I'm talking about. You're finally home from laundry. Yeah, Carbon. You have a role for ex-artist. Oh, I already did that one. Oh yeah, I gotta do this too. Bam! Carbon, I have given you a sword. It is not a gift. It is a burden. I hope one day you can forgive me. How'd laundry go? Guys, Carbon Base is the producer for the show. We will be working together to like on the interviews and stuff to like field questions. Like Carbon will be in charge of fielding questions when we do official podcast recording days and stuff like that. From like it'll be Carbon and the rest of the mods, but Carbon will be the one who'll be feeding me the questions from mods and stuff. So yeah, like Carbon will be. Just wanted to introduce Carbon. Carbon's gonna be like doing most of the hard work while I look pretty on camera and talk. Honestly, Carbon does all the hard work. So big shout out for Carbon. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna do some fun things. I have a lot of interesting things planned. I have I got a whole list of people that I want to interview. I'm not gonna tell you who they are. I'm not gonna tell you their names yet. Especially some of them, like we're gonna be announcing them. Like I gotta keep some of the hype. Listen, I gotta market this thing right. If I tell y'all now who these people are, you're not gonna show up for the interview. You're gonna be like, oh, not who I thought it was. I know how y'all think. It's awesome you're doing this. A lot of animation. No, 100%. This is the thing. Over 20 years, I have seen so much abuse in the animation industry that I want to tell people stories. And I am willing. Understand this. I am stepping away from my whole last career. I could probably get a job. It would hurt. It would probably take me a couple months and I would be deep in the hole again. And I was already in the hole about 10 grand. Not so bad. Listen, a lot of people were worse than me. 10 grand in the hold is not that bad, right? Gav Cactus, congrats on the podcast and thanks for being a voice of the industry. You are most welcome. Gav Cactus, welcome to the community. And here, we were just talking actually just now about the email address. So that's MMP _podcast at outlook.com. Send me horror stories. I have seen so much abuse in the industry that I am stepping away. I could get another job. I could. But I think I'm in a unique position at the moment to do something about this. And I've seen too many people that I love get hurt because of bad business decisions, lack of transparency, lack of trust. No trust in people who sacrifice so much to make you so much money. Like, what do you think of these people? Like, if there's less money, they'll take less money. We all assume it's greed. But, like, talk to me, people, like employers and stuff like that. Come talk to me, lay out the business plan, and we'll find out where the villains are. Because we all used to have jobs. Back in COVID, I used to be able to sit here with my cat on my lap and 70 pounds heavier and do animation work. And I was like the happiest I've ever been in my life. So come talk to me. Tell me what happened. And maybe together we can solve this problem. And maybe less people can get hurt in the process. You sure you can share a couple of studios? Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Like, there's a bunch of stories that I have. Like, if you're a local in Ottawa, I am set up. I've got a big fancy multi-input board. Okay, like I'm set up for this. Like, if you come by, and again, like I'm also like I'm set up for effects and voice effects and stuff, right? So if you need your identity protected. I am all about that, 100%. I am all about protecting people's identities. And if you want to come by the studio, which is my home, all right, and you want to come by the studio and tell your story and stuff like that, and we can just chill for a while. Hell, I can probably cook you dinner. I'm a pretty good cook. I don't know if you see my Instagram, but I don't often get a chance to cook for anyone but my kids, and they're Philistines. They want chicken nuggets all the time. But yeah, for sure. Come on by. We can we can chat about your thing. We can talk about what you want to talk about. I can tell you the best ways that I can protect you in the process of telling your story. And then if you're comfortable with it, and you don't have to make a decision on the spot or anything. If you're like, I still need time to think about it, that's fine. But if you do want to do an audio interview, I'm super down for that. Again, if you're open to just talk as well, if you've walked away from the industry and you want to come co-host for a little while, field some questions directly from the audience with me and stuff like that. I'll be booking stuff soon. Interviews are going to start getting booked next week. So email me now if you want to be heard soon. If you need to be heard soon, if there's some pressing reason to, please include it in the email, so that I can understand that I need to get to you sooner rather than later. There's a lot of people that I want to talk to. And the reality of the podcast is, like, some of the ones are going to have to take priority just because they're going to draw like more attention to them, which I'm sorry for, but I'm sure you'll understand. I do want to have a mix of things into the podcast, right? So, there'll be, if we get a lot of interviews available to us, there'll be a podcast. We'll be heavy with interviews, and that's totally fine. Again, yeah, I just catch up with what's going on here. Yeah, Carbon, it's going to be great. I'm super glad. Carbon is a fantastic resource for us too. He's very analytic and very good at red teaming things, so like poking holes in like the kind of bullshit that I talk about and stuff. He's very good at he's very good at looking at things from multiple angles and stuff. So I approached Carbon for a position as producer because I think he's going to bring a lot of really good stuff to the team. A lot of interesting, a lot of good perspective. Nice. Okay, scrolling. He's frustratingly good at playing the bad guy. I mean, maybe. Yeah, you moved out of the country. No worries. We can definitely connect online. There's a bunch of people that I want to connect with from around the world as well. There's I know of I don't know if you'll talk to me. There's an animator I know out of Australia who's really great. Oh, I also know Jazza. I met Jazza when I was working for Adobe. So I'm gonna see if I can get in contact with Jazza. If anybody knows Jazza, be like, yo, that dude Molten, who you hung out with Cody Bear and Shticky, wants to talk. Love an interview because I know recently I'm a fan, and like I've seen like tabletop thing that he was doing sort of in some trouble and everything. So interestingly enough, I think like the troubles in the industry are now starting to extend to like larger YouTube companies and stuff, because like Jazza runs a pretty decent company. I doubt he's going to talk to me, but we'll see. Used to watch him in a while. I was back here expecting to be back a month later. Oh, I don't want to spill too much tea. I'm wondering about how much tea I should spill about this one company that I was working for. They tried to do right by me. The schedule, the schedule wasn't great. We had some scheduling problems that really, it was not their fault that things went so badly for me. It was a combination of their fault, some family issues that are going on. I definitely, you guys probably don't know, but my father had cancer last year, or like during COVID and stuff, the tail end of COVID, vocal cord cancer, and he had his vocal cords, removed, and some reconstructive surgery done. All right, catch you later, Gav. Talk to you again soon, hopefully. And he had his vocal cords removed and done some reconstructive surgery with a piece of pectoral muscle, and everything. He's been through it. He had radiation treatment before that and everything. So he's kind of not in a good way. And they say that like people who get these surgeries usually only have like a life expectancy of like another 5 years or so. But I don't know. This is secondhand stuff. My dad and mom barely tell me anything about like medical stuff. So it's like, I will investigate that too. But it's been rough over here. It's been rough for your boy. I have been through the ringer quite a bit. Other emotional stuff, which is like kind of not relevant to the situation I'm in. It was probably caused by the the stress of losing my job and having to pick up the slack at a bar. What is that about? What the animators picking up the slack at the bar. The bar was a lot of fun. I got hit on by more drunk straight guys than women. Facts. It is a comedy because you can make that money, right? And like a lot of animators are like pretty like personable people. Might need to go gay? I might. It's too bad I'm already pan. Men are just emotionally unavailable and like kind of dicks most of the time. Ask me how I know. You had the same thing happen to you? I can't help that I'm pretty. I mean, I actually probably could. I could shave the beard off. I'm not gonna. Dude, I love this idea. LGBTQ Danny Phantom. I could rock that. Grown up Danny Phantom. Just don't tell Butch Hartman. I hear he's a dick. What do we know about Butch Hartman? Does anybody know anything about Butch Hartman? Give me a video about Butch Hartman. I heard he's an asshole, and I need confirmation because I love all the work that he did. Yeah, I heard he's a dick, and I'm like, what? No, because like I love Danny Phantom and I love like Fairly Odd Parents, but I heard that he's not cool. I don't know if we're gonna have to investigate. I'm making statements now. He's gonna be there? Okay, let me see. Hold on. Butch Hartman. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Butch Hartman, the man, the myth, the self-proclaimed creator of your childhood. We know him as the creator of the Fairly Odd Parents, Danny Phantom, Tough Puppy, and Bunsen is a Beast. 2 of these cartoons were very successful, and were pillars of Nickelodeon, second only to the Sponge. Butch etched out a legacy through his artistic pursuits, business savviness, and quite frankly, his charm. But unfortunately for Butch, his hubris would be his downfall.
The first video? Fuck, man.
As his true colors would emerge, giving the world a much more colorful picture of his ego and pettiness. This once beloved creator went from being a cool uncle who talked about his creations and passions on YouTube to being universally perceived as untrustworthy and a pompous charlatan.
If you guys think you're gonna knock me down or make me fail, do you know who you're dealing with? Do you really know? Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?
Oh dear. Yes. Carbon's new thing, instead of saying that's what she said, he'll be like, allegedly. Carbon's catchphrase has become allegedly. Oh no. This is a great comparison too, okay? Because like, oh, I just thought of somebody else I got to talk to. Hold on. I have him on the list. No, I don't. Yes. Okay. I have another idea for someone I'm going to talk to. Someone who worked on the Ren and Stimpy reboot here in Ottawa. Y'all didn't know that shit happened in Ottawa, did you? Yeah, the Ren and Stimpy, the new Ren and Stimpy, the one that was like that Ren and Stimpy, like the new episodes. That was done here in Ottawa. Okay, added to the list. I got him added to the list. He's also one of my favorite humans that I worked with at one of my former studios. I love him so much. He's amazing. You're gonna love this man. I bet I can get him to come into the studio. It'll be great. It'll be rad. Okay, there's a new Mexico. Yeah, there is a new Ren and Stimpy. It was. Whoa, wow, it was. Well, you know what? We'll get to that maybe next.
Do you know who you're dealing with?
What exactly happened that brought down Butch's career? What really began his descent into madness after all of his successes, mild successes, and non-successes? The following story is a cautionary tale about the pitfalls of pride and how it can bring a person down. So, let us find out what ruined Butch Hartman. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsor, Helix Sleep. I truly cannot sing Helix Sleep's praises enough, so I'm always thrilled to partner up with them to spread the good word. Yes, the good word. The good word about beds. They have delivered unparalleled comfort and support tailored precisely to my unique needs. And they can do the same for you, and I mean that. This is the best bed I've ever had. Like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, this is a sponsored bed? It's incredible. This is the best thing ever. Some might even say that I am quite the Helix evangelist. But can you blame me? I'm just speaking the gospel here, folks. And the gospel speaks truth. Hallelujah. Now, if you're not already familiar, the team at Helix Sleep are premium mattress makers, creating top quality mattresses and bedding customized for each individual's unique needs. Unlike most mattress shops, Helix delivers your mattress directly to your home with free shipping to the continental USA. Now, I'm sure you've experienced how challenging it can be to haul a full-size or even a king-size mattress up the stairs. Well, Helix has found a way to roll up their mattresses into a compact box for incredibly convenient delivery and setup. You know how much I value a good night's sleep. I mean, everyone should. Who doesn't like to sleep well? Who's the freak who's like,
I'm always muted. Always muted when I come back. Always muted. I'm the worst. You know what I need? I need a button. I just need like, no, I know what it is. I'm bringing back the foot pedal, guys. I'm going to bring back the foot pedal. The foot pedal worked. I was good at the foot pedal. I was good at the foot pedal. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I was saying something or other. Christmas B-level movies. Yeah, very, very, very B-level movie villain. You're the best at being the worst. Listen, don't take this from me. I get a participation trophy for this, right? Right? It's something. I get something.
Want to sleep? You're a vampire. A pox upon thee. I've been enjoying Helix mattresses for quite some time now. Like, it's been like 3 or 4 years. I will always...
Something when I was muted, the internet ruined me and the cat gets squashed by mattress. I don't know. It was funny. You should have been there.
Always be the first in line to say that Helix mattresses have revolutionized my sleep. As a side sleeper who prefers a medium firm mattress, my Helix King Midnight Luxe has been a perfect fit. Like, I was at a hotel about a month ago and I was on their bed and I was like, this is terrible. I miss my mattress. I want to go home. I want to sleep on my Helix because it's that good. Like, not even joking, it is excellent. Now, Helix understands that shopping for a new mattress is not the easiest process. Fortunately, they've crafted up a sleep quiz that you can take to help match you with your next mattress. Tell them the truth. Do you sleep on your back? Are you a side sleeper like me? And maybe you prefer to face down on your stomach. Indulge the Helix sleep quiz to your sleepy habits, and it will pair you up with your next sleeping canvas. Yes, you're the paint and the mattress is the canvas splat. The sleep quiz exists to oblige, and if you share your bed with a partner, lucky you, right? Rest assured, there's a perfect compromise for the both of you. Even if it's your dog or cat, tell them, take the quiz with them. With a wide range of mattresses and Helix arsenal, you can bet that there's something for you or your loved ones. With 20 unique mattresses to choose from, you can find yourself on an award-winning Luxe or Ultra Premium Elite. Or if you're a bigger or taller person, like me, a Helix Plus mattress will be your fit. And for
just watching this man's ad, is this what's happening? Is this what's happening? Am I just watching this man's ad on my channel?
Yeah. So if you're feeling that, you love jet premium.
How long is his ad?
Attention freak. He loved drawing and grew up as a self-described attention freak.
I'm gonna have to get better at this. I'm gonna have to get better at this.
As a young adult for fun and profit. The earliest you can find of him in the Hollywood scene is when he appeared as a contestant in Hollywood Squares and Body Language in 1985. Butch took on small bit parts and gigs around LA to fund his college education at Cal Arts, later graduating with a BFA in 1987. From there, Butch began his animation career, job hopping between different gigs and proudly completing them in no time flat. Butch had rock-solid charisma, confidence, and was going to prove himself. He began work as an in-betweener on Don Bluth's An American Tale, and then a character designer and storyboard...
Listen, Philippe, that kind of fetish fulfillment is for after hours.
Artist for the 1980s My Little Pony. In the early 1990s, Hartman started to hit his stride. He worked as a character designer and storyboard artist for Marvel, and later applied these skills at Ruby Spears Productions. Once they merged with Hanna-Barbera, Butch moved on to Cartoon Network as a writer, director, and storyboard artist on such shows as Dexter's Lab, Johnny Bravo, and I Am Weasel. Butch would describe his time there as, quote, a worker who always tried to adapt to any position on the job, end quote. If the crew needed backgrounds, he drew backgrounds. If they needed storyboards, he drew storyboards. Even saying, quote, they would give me a sentence like, Dexter and Dee Dee go into an anthill, and Dexter has an invention called the ant pants. And I would just create a story around that while they were boarding it. At the end of the day, the episode came out saying storyboard by Butch Hartman, but written by the guy who gave me the sentence. Not very fair, end quote. Butch aimed to be any company's go-to guy for anything, to show how valuable he was to a project. And he kept that up.
networking with heads like Fred Seibert, and working alongside future notable creators like Seth MacFarlane of Family Guy. The two would later collaborate for Oh Yeah Cartoons, making a short called Zoommates. Butch and Seth remain good friends, with Seth even naming a Family Guy character after him, Dr. Elmer Hartman, a medical buffoon known for his high level of incompetence. Potential foreshadowing? Who can say?
I don't know, I didn't read the whole Wikipedia entry, but the good news is that what he has is highly treatable, with radiation first and, if necessary, chemotherapy.
I mean, that's pretty funny.
Butch would swap between going as Elmer and Butch Hartman in show credits, usually depending on the gig he was working on, but he fully committed to using his nickname Butch once he got his big break. In October of 1997, Butch was working on Johnny Bravo when the first season concluded, and it was unclear whether they would be renewed for a second.
This motherfucker worked on Johnny Bravo too? I love that show. No, don't ruin Johnny Bravo for me.
Season. So the entire staff was let go, including him. Hartman decided to save himself from unemployment by making a show of his own. After his contract with Hanna-Barbera expired.
Listen, I mean, yeah, allegedly just a dick, allegedly. But like, I honestly believe that, okay, now people talk all the time about like how you can divorce the art from the artist, but I actually believe this to be true. Oh, hey, what's up, Flynn? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, listen, I got, my parents are dicks, all right? Some of the people I love the most are dicks, right? But like, at the same time, like, you can do, you can divorce the art from the artist because, excuse me, in my opinion, the way it works is this. The artist crafts an experience and they go, I got this great experience for you, but if you want to see it, I would like $10. And then you pay them the $10 and then they go, here. And you look at it and you go, yay. But then now, at that point, now it's yours because the experience, there's like a cooperative thing going on with the experience. Your brain and the experience combine together to create the value. So you've given them the value. At this point now, whatever they do with the idea, that's up to them. You do not get to choose what the person does with the idea. If they take that idea and do something better with that idea, tough shit. You sold it for too little then. That's on you. The market decides, okay? But you get to defend your business, the experience you crafted from like being abused or like being damaged or something like that. That's fair. We have laws around that. But once you've sold it, man, once you got money for it, it's not fucking yours anymore. Period. It's not yours anymore. If you want to rent something to somebody, you got to be open about that shit. Up fucking front. You're going to just take money from somebody and say that you get something out of it. That's theirs now. Fuck off with your money. But yeah, that's why you can be able to divorce. You can love a piece of art and hate the artist, right? And then the whole, well, I'm supporting their agenda thing, that comes along with it, man. Just be an informed consumer, as informed as you can be. And it's okay to like evangelize, to be like, if you want to criticize an artist for their agenda and what they're doing with their money, you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to tell your friends and other consumers not to spend their money on that person because they're doing bad things. You're allowed to do that. That's totally fair. That's everybody's right. But you can absolutely, if you love a piece of art but you hate the artist, that's fine. That's totally cool. You're allowed to do that. As long as you paid for it. As long as you paid for the experience. It's not, if you pirated it and stuff like that, you don't get an opinion. You listen, you pirated it and you watch it and you enjoy it, that's great, but your opinion doesn't matter. And that's fine. That's also fine.
Butch was contacted by his former employer, Fred Seibert, at his newfound company, Frederator Studios. Fred saw Butch's value as a creator.
Listen, I actually think Rob Liefeld is... y'all should look up to Rob Liefeld because that man can't draw feet for shit. He hid them feet behind rocks his whole damn career. Man does not know what a rib cage looks like, and he is a millionaire. What am I? Who's the dummy? I spent all that time, listen, while Rob Liefeld was making money, I studied the foot. Much regret.
And wanted to bring him onto Oh Yeah Cartoons, his animated pilot series for Nickelodeon. As Fred was very impressed by Butch's work and wanted to see Hartman create his own show, he leaped at the chance. In December of 1997, he created a pitch for a show he called
Some people like
Fairly Godparents, which eventually became the Nicktoon staple to this day, Fairly Odd Parents. The idea for the Fairly
It's such a good show. You know, sometimes I wonder, like, you know, I wonder, what is this crazy connection we have between like gigantic assholes and like making things that people love, just despite the people who made them.
Fairly Odd Parents grew out of Hartman's desire to find a way to move his main character from place to place without being beholden to the traditional story scene transition. He thought about using science, but Dexter's Laboratory already existed. So with that option out of the picture, Hartman went with magic and drew up a small, buck-toothed boy and named him Timmy Turner, after his younger brother, Tim Hartman. And instead of giving the magic to Timmy, he decided to give him a magical friend. Quote, maybe I'll do a Cinderella thing with a fairy godmother. So I drew Wanda, who at that
Why
time
are we just
was
telling
named
the
Venus.
story of the creation
I drew
of
this
Fairly
character
Odd
and I
Parents?
thought,
Does this matter?
I've never seen a fairy godfather before. So I drew a fairy godfather, which was Cosmo. The rest is kind of history.
Wait a minute. 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 Wait. Wait, was Butch Hartman an incel the whole time? I've never seen a fairy godfather before. This is incel behavior, Butch. I thought you were better than this.
Cosmo. The rest is kind of history. End quote. And all that together became the Fairly Odd Parents. With 10 fully animated Fairly Odd Parents short cartoons on Oh Yeah, they aired on Nickelodeon and then focus tested, refining the look and feel as it was developed into a series. The full process took about 2 to 3 years before the
Carbon, that's what the world needs. Can we have an hour-long history doc without any history in it? I want that. History's universally terrible. The more I learn about history, the more terrible I feel. Can we have less history in a history doc?
Premiered on March 30th, 2001. There were a ton of expectations on this series. Fred Seibert and Nickelodeon both loved the pilot concept, and Butch was confident that it would be a hit.
And he said, you know, I think we're going to get a series out of this. I'm sure we're going to get a series. And when we get one, it's going to be the #1 series in all of cartoons. And sure enough, he was right.
Not quite, but it will be close. The main challenge with discussing Butch nowadays is that his fall has become as prolific as his success in the animation space. It's hard to separate from his current image of being a sensitive egomaniac.
Oh, you don't understand. Okay. You don't understand the weird connection I'm making. So like, it's sort of like a thing where kind of like men will try to appropriate, they will try to appropriate a female power character and masculinize them now, and most people will be like, okay, but what about all the gender bending cosplay and stuff like that? Okay, let's talk real quick about the marginalization of women in the Western world for a second. I mean, okay, you understand, like, we can have that conversation. I feel like other people are more equipped to have that conversation than I am, arguably, right? But like, this is a trend that we see in the manosphere, where people will will appropriate female characters. Now, like women have been appropriating male characters to fulfill, these kind of like fantasy roles and stuff like that for them and everything like that. But this was largely because strong, competent female characters were in major need in media for a very long time. And so people did not see themselves represented in any kind of way, right? And so that is the reason the gender bending thing started. And then it's also why people kind of refer to it as reverse gender bending, right? When it's still just gender bending, because it comes from sort of like a different sort of sphere. It doesn't come from a place of wanting to, and again, this is not a universal statement. There are people who are just doing it for fun, but with context of everything else I'm seeing from Butch and a little bit of context from where this video might be leading, you put these kind of things together, and it's I don't know. I don't know if it's doing that or not. It definitely, my PC kind of sucks too, and it could be my internet. Listen, Canadian internet is made of paper straws, not tubes. Okay, but it might be the autofocus. That's very possible. Let me check if the autofocus is actually on. It's not currently on. It's probably the auto exposure that's doing it, possibly. I turned that off. Where was I saying? But yeah, like all these things kind of put together kind of starts implying that this guy is just trying to appropriate a powerful female figure as a male character, because it's not like, okay, listen, I have also not seen a fairy godmother who is a anaconda. I have also not seen a fairy godmother who is a cat person. I have not seen a fairy godmother who is no, I have seen a fairy godmother who is a tree. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, specifically, a fairy godmother who's a man is like, kind of, the whole idea of a fairy godmother in the first place is to lift a woman who is in a terrible situation, domestic situation, magically out of it and into a wonderful life. Let's keep watching the video.
Religious cartoon and a non-existent streaming service funded through alleged misinformation.
You totally see
So,
that fairy
let's
godmother.
put that all to the
Okay,
side
fine.
for now, because we can't really understand the fall
I
of
thought
Butch
I'd be on the
Hartman
fence about that one.
without looking into his rise first. And yes, Butch Hartman did have successful shows. 2, arguably 3.
Well, no, Carbon,
You know-
I would argue that it applies more. Do male children need a fairy godparent as much as a female child? Right? Like, again, like you're definitely treading on the lines here that we're walking with this idea, right? Like, but again, this is also comes from a time in animation where, most of the people at the top were ignoring female viewer content. They were making cartoons for boys, but young girls were watching these shows and loving them. I know more girls who are Ben 10 fans than guys. I feel like the Ben 10 fan community is mostly women. This is just sort of, it's emblematic of the kind of problems that we keep seeing in Hollywood and stuff. It smacks of it. It's once you start seeing, when you've seen enough of the stories that I've seen about things happening in Hollywood and in like the animation industry and stuff like that, and you start hearing these, like the person getting described this way, your radar starts going off a little bit. Again, unsubstantiated, allegedly, but somebody is making videos about the man on YouTube. That's all I'm saying.
Also has been involved with other series, channels, and projects.
Agreed,
that put
Uberbash.
him
Yeah,
on the map as
a motherly
wholesome,
figure.
creative, and a fun uncle-like cartoon creator.
And it's not even. It's even beyond a motherly figure. It's a replacement for a mother. Like, in a very thematic sense, a fairy godmother, a godmother in general, is a replacement mother. A fairy godmother is a person who takes the role of your mother when your mother is terrible.
What could
But not
possibly go
dead.
wrong? A lot can. And it starts with the pinnacle of his career. The Fairly Odd Parents. Once more, the story is about 10-year-old Timmy Turner and his fairy godparents, Cosmo and Wanda, as they save him from his neglectful parents and violently abusive babysitter. They grant their godchild any wish he wants. And we follow how those wishes, more often than
Very
not,
true.
blow
I'm
up
making
in his face,
mass statements, but if
resulting in
Butch
him
wants to
learning
come on the
valuable life
podcast and I can psychoanalyze him in
into
person, I would be happy to.
This is the series.
Go
that
on,
put
Butch.
Hartman
We'll have a
on the
conversation.
map with Nickelodeon.
We'll talk about your
The
problematic
Fairly Odd
ideas.
Parents became an iconic brand for the network, spanning 10 seasons with 172 episodes, along with 10 TV movies, with some, like Channel Chasers, being considered cult classics of animated TV movies, and a definitive ending to the series for others. Sporting merch, video games, and countless fans, that success was recognized through numerous awards and nominations. Fairly Odd Parents did get nominated for the Kids' Choice Award 7 times as well, but always lost to Steven Hillenburg's SpongeBob SquarePants, which definitely did not rub Butch the wrong way.
And season 2 just really started to take off like a rocket, and Fairly Odd Parents was being considered to be a very, very huge hit. There were even times we kind of surpassed SpongeBob in the ratings, maybe once or twice.
But despite not being the golden
Wow.
child of Nickelodeon,
Wow.
Fairly Odd Parents grew as a brand, even leading to Nickelodeon approaching Hartman with the idea of adapting the show into live-action
SpongeBob's
movies.
amazing. I love SpongeBob.
Now,
We watched
there
a lot
were
of
some false
SpongeBob in
starts,
college to learn from it.
but
That
eventually,
is great
the first
animation.
TV movie came out in 2011, starring Drake Bell, signaling Nick's confidence in the
stream
show's
skipping?
potential beyond animation. And it did garner quite a huge success, with 5.8 million viewership at release.
Oh, yeah. I got a
However,
0.1%
with a Fairly
frames
Odd
missed due to
Christmas
rendering
in
lag.
2012 and Fairly Odd Summer in 2014, viewership numbers
But the number's
kept
not going
steadily
up, though.
declining.
So it happened
But
earlier.
declining numbers is standard for many long-running shows. And with Nickelodeon always pushing SpongeBob as the network's mascot, essentially their version of Mickey Mouse, it was impressive that Fairly Odd Parents could keep its spot as Nickelodeon's arguably second favorite cartoon. And with such a number 2 success, Nickelodeon came to Butch asking if he had any other ideas. Butch, being the idea guy, pitched a show about a boy with ghost powers battling Ghost from the Ghost Zone, all while hiding his identity from his bumbling
Stream is
ghost
solid
hunting
on
parents
mobile.
and
Definitely on
attending
your
the
end, Carter.
biggest challenge of any young person's life: high school. Nickelodeon loved the concept. And within 2 years,
Having dated an
Butch
animator for
developed the idea into his next
Having
show.
dated an animator for a long time, I've only heard horror stories, also the stories from our mutual friends. Yeah. I mean, honestly, there are very few stories. Like when animators get together and they start talking, they're sort of just trauma bonding. I don't have a lot of conversations with people in the industry. Like, again, I talk to people in the industry all the time because we all like the same things. We nerd out about shit constantly. Like, you know, most of us aren't really, our minds are not on the studio politics most of the time because, like, it's, but when we do start talking shop, it's universally horror stories. Universally horror stories. It really is. It's animators like bond the same way soldiers do. It's just trauma bonding because we're all bonding over, like, you know, being treated poorly. Like, no matter where we came from, where all of us are having our copyright rights stripped. We're having our values stolen from our work. We're having, you know, NDAs make it so that we can't talk about the cool things that we're working on while they're relevant. Like, you know, anti-defamation means that you can't blow the whistle on, like, incredible abuses that happen. Union busting happens constantly. I know 3 specific individual union busting things that happen from 3 different studios. I will be investigating all of them. Tell me if you guys have stories of more. Definitely, like, you know, send me stuff. 100%. What happened at Mercury was a travesty. Everything that happens at Mercury is a travesty. I worked there. Mercury Filmworks was the first place that I worked. And I worked there for a very long time. I worked there when they were doing the transition over to Toon Boom. Toon Boom was brand new. We wrote the damn We wrote the damn help files for that. And now I realize how many veteran animators lost their jobs directly because of me. But this is a different thing. The AI thing is a different thing because Toon Boom didn't go out and steal a whole bunch of people's work and then create image generators that directly compete with them in the same market so that they can't get any commission work. Like, this is not the same. They are not the same picture. I still do have like a little bit of guilt about it, but like, I don't know, man. I didn't know at the time. No one had told me. And I was a digital artist. I started out as a traditional artist and I transitioned to digital art because like I didn't want to be left behind. But this AI thing, that's different. During COVID, your ex is working from home. I saw everything she worked on and had to keep my mouth shut. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you're comfortable to reach out to them, but if they want to talk to me about their story and stuff like that, I will tell their story. But I want to hear it from them directly. I don't want to hear stories that happen to other people. I mean, if you want to tell that story, fine, but I prefer the more details and stuff. Like, I'll still read the story out. If you know stuff that happened to other people, don't give me names or anything like that when you send me the email. I want to tell the stories that happened so people know that it happened. But if they want to reach out to me directly, that's the best way. If I can get it from the horse's mouth, like immediately, like directly, that's the best. Broken telephone is always a little bit worse than it sounds, so I do want to try to stay I want to keep the integrity up on what it is we're reporting. There's plenty of horrible shit that's going on in the animation industry. We don't have to make up stories. God damn it. Oh my god.
Danny Phantom. Premiering on April 3rd, 2004, Danny Phantom shook up Butch's Fairly Odd Parents formula. While the former was your standard silly episodic comedy,
also totally fair. It's their story to tell.
Tying everything together. Danny Phantom was Butch's step into producing an action superhero show with serialized elements. But it still had the wacky episodic silliness that became a trademark of Hartman's work.
I am the Box Ghost! Who are you? Well, seriously, who is she?
The show found its balance of
Thank you so much,
River, and serialized story, giving Danny new
my
superpowers that developed over the story and a rogues gallery of recurring villains. Also, a blossoming romance with his goth girl best friend, Sam. And
so
arguably, fumbling of the entire third season, but we'll save that topic for another
video.
video.
It's being weird. I'm gonna look into
Danny
different
Phantom
chat
became
things.
The cult
So
classic
weird.
on Butch's cartoon resume.
It's neat.
Going for 3 seasons over the span of 50
Yeah,
episodes.
right? It's almost
A
as
solid
if
run overall.
It's almost as if
Nothing
they're
short
hiding their
of
identity.
The creator spouting some sort of
It's kind of neat.
nonsense could
We could just figure out how to
possibly
make
taint
that
the legacy
work.
of Danny Phantom. Well, not yet.
What up, Zappy?
least. The series still garnered great success for Butch, keeping Hartman in a role.
Danny
with
Phantom was so
Nickelodeon.
good. Okay, you want to know? Do you guys want to know? Do you want to know how you really know that your animated show made it? Do you want to know? When they start making porn about it. There is a lot of porn in this show.
Successes and good graces. So, of course, Nickelodeon.
Don't
would
ask
come
me
to
how I
Butch
know.
again
Don't ask for my search
another
history.
Hit show from his cartoon churning cranium.
I'm an
And he
artist,
pitched
damn it.
Get
You need
Smart
context.
with a dog.
My search history is a mimetic hazard.
Tough Puppy. Premiering on October 2nd, 2010. With Jerry Traynor of iCarly fame playing the canine
100%
lead of
Uber.
Dudley
I'm glad that
Puppy.
you. I'm glad
The
that
show
you.
is a
That
send-up
you
of
like
spies
you're
and secret agents.
recognizing that in like
Dudley
in
is
the way
a
that you're approaching this too.
labradoodle recruited
Kudos.
into a task
I totally
force
understand.
called
But
Tough,
like if you
the
don't feel
turbo
comfortable reaching out to
undercover
them,
fighting
totally
force
fine.
to
Maybe you
fight
reach out friend to a friend,
injustice
a friend of a
throughout the
friend.
city
I'm
of
just maybe even just share the
in which
podcast.
he lives
Right? You know,
alongside his cat partner,
share
Kitty
the podcast.
Now,
First
unlike
podcast
Danny
I'm hoping to get
Phantom,
out.
which juggled comedy and
It'll probably be
dramatic
like
storytelling.
not this weekend, like it'll
Tough
be like
Puppy
next
was more
weekend. I'm
strictly
hoping.
a comedy
See if we can make that
about
work.
a dumb dog
I gotta
saving the day
light up. I gotta book a bunch
and
of
fighting
interviews.
increasingly weird and nonsensical villains. It kept consistent success alongside Danny Phantom, with both series
Don't
running
come
for 3
for my
seasons,
web
with
browser
Tough
history.
Puppy running slightly longer,
You don't want
capping
this.
off at 60 episodes. By numbers, their success should be very comparable. But in the grand scope, Danny Phantom is more remembered as a cult classic,
while Tough, which is admittedly goofy fun, did not leave the same cultural impact as.
Is this just Bush? I wasn't paying attention. Is this just Butch Hartman as a dog?
Danny Phantom or Fairly Odd Parents. Now, there were some people picketing
Artist
for more
disclaimers.
Danny Phantom even to this very day. When Nickelodeon put Dudley down, though, no one was making a fuss. No one really cared. There's not as many interviews with Butch about the success of Tough Puppy, with a majority of the interviews about Tough Puppy being before its launch, and more detailing Butch's success on his
So was it
other
just PR
two
then?
shows. So the third jewel on his cartoon-making crown was
No, me
bit
neither. I've never heard
lackluster,
of this before. This is my
but it
first
was
exposure
not
to Tough
awful
Puppy.
either. And Tough filled a time slot in Nickelodeon's lineup. Butch was still riding high and decided his next step forward was as his own independent creator on YouTube. After starting his own channel in 2015, this is where Butch changed from the faceless creator behind his cartoons into the fun uncle of animation. Butch's channel was where he would hold Q&As, unboxings, and challenge videos. It's a channel that clearly wants a vibrant, fun atmosphere for its fans, celebrating fan theories, goofing around with character designs, tracing others' artwork, and finishing off with some in-depth Q&As to get into the interesting truths behind Hollywood that only he could give answers to. So it's no wonder he began growing an audience rapidly, passing 100,000 subscribers in 2017. So much so that Butch started a secondary channel and podcast called Speech Bubble. This is where Butch would interview fellow creatives, speak more about his shows, children's media, and a lot more, bringing on people like Tara Strong and Rob Paulson to name a few. Both channels were his way of solidifying himself into a personality brand, like other Hollywood celebrities, with his brand being the fun creator of your childhood. And initially, it worked
He
exceptionally
doesn't
well.
look so fun.
Watching the videos on
Okay,
the
why
surface
is he
gives
so
off
damp? Okay, like, wait a minute.
the fun creator.
Yeah,
of your
look,
child-
okay, look. As he gets older, he gets damper. He gets more wet. I don't like it.
Childhood. And initially, it worked exceptionally well. Watching the videos on the surface gives off this vibe of a well-meaning, if somewhat boomer humor guy, wanting to connect personally with the audience.
Boomer
because
humor.
he knows that you love
Boomer,
his
I hit my
cartoons.
wife. Ha. A humor.
Hey, Hart fans! My name is Butch Hartman. It kind of sounds like the same thing.
Okay, Butch.
We'll double back on his YouTube channel later on in the video. Because the next thing in line for Butch
Yo,
was
we
his
have to
next
deep
cartoon.
dive his channel, right?
Bunsen is a beast.
Yo, we need to
Premiering on
we need to deep dive Butch's channel, right?
January 16th, 2017. The show
I'm
came about
putting him
from a
on the
sketch
list.
Hartman was working on about a little boy facing a little monster. The head of Nick at the time, Russell Hicks, happened to walk by and saw Butch's sketch and said, quote, "That looks great. What's that?" And Butch said, "It's Bunsen as a Beast. It's about the first beast to ever go to human school." And Hicks said, "Well, let's get working on that." Boom, you got a new show. Ego stroking aside, the show was refined to center around a blue fluffy monster named Bunsen, the first beast to attend Muckledunk Middle School.
Wait,
and with his
no.
human friend,
Muckledunk?
Mikey Monroe, they navigate through school as Bunsen feels the pressure to prove that monsters can coexist peacefully without eating.
Wait, so this is just My Pet Monster, right? This is just My Pet Monster. He's even kind of the same color scheme. Not really, but his face is. Got horns. Wait, does he have 3 arms? I hope it's
harming others. Now, if that sounds like a reverse of
Wait,
my
this is some shit that AI would put out right there. With the 3 arms, there's like an extra arm. Like it's just strange. The 2 characters don't really seem to belong together. Their teeth maybe are the same. Their arms are the same.
And harming others. Now, if that sounds like a reverse of my
He needs
gym
to prove it.
partner's a monkey,
It's on
even
him.
down to a
It's on him to
small
prove that he has another arm.
Then you are mistaken, because Mikey Monroe,
The onus of
is named
4th
after
arm is
Butch's
on the
brother,
owner of the arm.
Mike Hartman. So if you wanted my gym partner's a monkey, hey, don't worry, we got Bunsen as a beast at home. Honestly, out of the Hartman shows, Bunsen was the least successful, as it felt like it disappeared as quickly as it aired. And that's despite apparently receiving positive ratings, with LA Times praising the show, likening it to an early Hanna-Barbera cartoon with the engine of Tex Avery at his eye-popping extreme, and commending its message about embracing outsiders as particularly timely. My opinion? It's
I'm sorry, what?
It's loud,
Hold on.
But positive reviews aside,
Embracing outsiders as particularly timely? Is this man a sociopath?
the ratings weren't good enough to warrant a second season, so Bunsen as a Beast was canceled.
I wonder if he has a sense of smell. I read this article recently. Carbon, see if you can find this article. I read this article recently that having a lack of sense of smell is apparently there's a massive, like the Venn diagram of people without sense of smell and the Venn diagram of psychopaths is like a very wide overlap. See if you can find that article. My dad doesn't have a sense of smell.
After airing only one season of 26 episodes. It had become Hartman's largest flop, and the first major stain on his resume, with many more to follow. Despite this setback, Butch was still working on season 10 of Fairly Odd Parents at the same time. However,
I have a sense of smell. I have a sense of smell, okay? I have a sense of smell. I just want to make that clear. My father doesn't. I do. My sense of smell is very good. Just putting that out there.
His Cash Cow series would not last, as it too was also due for cancellation. To deal with this massive loss, Butch went onto YouTube to announce his resignation from Nickelodeon in 2018. Now, it is true that there is a bit of a dip in his success, but in the end, these 4 shows and his YouTube channel quantify the best version of Butch that we knew as his audience and fans. As a kind of
No, not psycho. No. Nice guy. Very, very, very not psycho. Very opposite psycho. Very like, very
goofy, cringy creative who felt grounded and approachable to talk to. And it's through these many successes that Butch would also go out there and teach his mottos and ways of circumventing the Hollywood landscape. So you could sell your own shows just like him. You could even read all about it in his book, Mad Hustle.
Yes, this is the
which
one.
Details the ins and outs of pitching and selling a show.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the article. This is the article I found. Thank you, Carbon. Oh, see, Carbon's already... See, I knew Carbon would be so good at this. Yeah, this is the article. Psychopaths have an impaired sense of smell, study suggests. A new study suggests that poor sense of smell may be a marker for psychopathic traits. People with psychopathic tendencies have an impaired sense of smell, which points to inefficient processing in the front part of the brain. These findings by Mehmet Mahmut and Richard Stevenson from Macquarie University in Australia are published online in Springer's journal Chemosensory Perception. If you guys want to read the article, if you're interested in it, I took a look and it was like the article is very surface level, okay? But it does link to a scientific paper, and if you're really interested in it, you can support the science and buy the paper. But you know what? Actually, if you can't buy it, if you just like. I swear to God, if you just like email the scientist who like wrote the paper, they'll just send you a copy. They will be very excited that someone reads it. Yeah, like I said, see, it's very surface level and stuff, but my dad doesn't have a sense of smell, I'm just saying.
Oh, in Hollywood, even sporting the tagline, "How bad do you want to win?" I'll save you some time from reading it or watching an upsetting amount
Don't
of
tell my dad I said that.
repetitive interviews by breaking down his advice and mottos here. Number 1, have no fear. So many people are afraid of things, and sometimes the only thing that's keeping you away from your goal is your own fear. No matter how scary or far away
No, I don't think that's true. Okay. Fear is the only thing that motivates people, but they do it the wrong way. It's not really fear, it's need of things. It's fear of but you need stuff. If you're good at something, you need people to see it. You know, it's not really a fear. It's like you need it. You need it. You need attention. This is why people love social media. If you're like artistic in a way and you need people to look at your stuff and like talk about it and tell you that it's good, it's okay. I'm here for you. It's okay. Me too. That's part of being an artist. Stop being so ashamed of it. If you're needy for people to pay attention to you for your art, that's okay. Don't listen to the haters. Share your art. Let people pay you for it.
goal seems, you'll
One of your needs is money. I'm just saying.
never get there if you don't keep moving forward. Number 2,
I've been busy, Carbon.
have to believe in yourself and your work. Butch is quoted saying, "Every show that I've gotten on television has started with just one drawing before anyone else believed in it." End quote. Number 3, don't ever stop and don't ever give up. If you stop, it's completely your fault. Well, I think that's
Okay, my version of this advice, don't ever stop and don't ever give up, is I would say don't stop, but for a different reason. So I am I have ADHD for sure. I'm undiagnosed, but like I've spent a lot of time talking to free therapists, so many free therapists. And I've come, like, I do a lot of learning and a lot of reading and a lot of self examination, and I've come to the realization I'm definitely ADHD. My kids are diagnosed with ADHD, and my oldest kid is definitely autistic. Definitely autistic. He'll be on the show at some point. I love him so much. That kid, I love both my kids so much. They're both amazing in their own ways. Tyler's like the most like emotionally sensitive kid. I love him so much. He's great. But Mason's a little, like, he's definitely on the spectrum. Like probably maybe a little bit more than I am. This kid is a coding genius. Ask Carbon. I think I've told you about some of the coding stuff that he's been doing. This kid is a coding genius. He's going places, and I'm encouraging him heavily to do it. But yeah, he'll be on the show. He'll be on the show at some point. Yeah, you mentioned it. Yeah, we'll talk more when he's on. I gotta ask him first, and I also gotta ask his mom too, because this is like, she is technically. Oh wait, no, he's 14 now. He's allowed to be on Twitch, but not on my 18 plus show. I'll ask his mom. But yeah, I would say ADHD. The don't give up advice is good, but for a different reason. As someone with ADHD, as someone who's like neurodivergent, I have found that a lot of the advice that people have given me over the years about productivity is bad. It has not worked for me. The eat your peas first mentality, it's not good. It has never helped me. Crazily, I found out what did help me just before I quit my career. But at least I can tell you, at least for me, I find people have ADHD. We are excitable creatures. Things get us excited, and we like being excited. We get loud, we get talkative, right? We get excited about things. We like feeling that way. All you got to do is just get excited about the thing you're working on that you need to do. Find the fun part and do that first. Eat your dessert first. If you have a really hard task ahead of you, take a look at it, decide what the most fun part about it is, and do that first. And let the momentum carry you through the rest of the task.
Explanatory, as he puts it. He is living proof you can do it. And if you cannot, it's your fault. That's a passive-aggressive way of putting it.
Damn it, Carbon.
And number 4, keep moving forward and be nice to people. Never be a prima donna, because the person you're rude to today might be your boss tomorrow. Now, with that last bit of advice especially, it really just sets up perfectly a true prima donna plummet. A fall from grace, if you will. From the creator of your childhood to a man who is unapologetically egocentric and refuses to take accountability for his actions. Now you might be wondering, when did the rose-tinted glasses lift from the audience's eyes? In short, the beginning of the end was with his snake oil streaming service, Oaxis. Now we could cut the video short and just end it there, but I don't think it's fair to boil it down to just that. The Oaxis controversy for Butch may have started getting people to notice the smoke, but there has been a growing fire surrounding Butch Hartman that was building up over the decades. Even if Butch put up the guise of being the fun, friendly uncle, his petty and egotistical nature permeates throughout his story, going even all the way back to his work on My Little Pony, where he is quoted saying, "I started out being a cartoonist at school, but I went to CalArts to study. I was working on My Little Pony in the 80s, but I got fired because I couldn't draw the ponies well enough. It was a horrible show." End quote.
I'm talking about the terrible My Little Pony from the mid-1980s. I worked on that show, and it was one of the hardest experiences of my life because, number one, it was something I hadn't designed myself.
Back in the 1980s were cheap toy commercials, to be fair to Butch. But was MLP really that bad? Or did it just really upset Butch that he had no control over the project, and his art style just did not work with what they wanted?
It doesn't look good. It's not, the stories aren't great. I'm not disparaging anyone who worked on it, but it just, all the pieces together didn't come together very well. It's not a really good, not a very well-remembered series.
To make it clear, the injustice to Butch was him being fired for not being able to do the job. Most animators working on a show have to work with the model sheets of the characters to learn how to draw them consistently. So if that's what he was fired for, I'd straight up call that a skill issue.
Yo, let's go! Misogyny is a skill issue.
Now, I can't speak to the quality of the show's direction for the storyboard artist or character designers at the time, but for Butch to get so hung up on a setback like that shows an immaturity at acknowledging his limitations. He can acknowledge it happened, but it wasn't that the quality of his work was bad. It was that the show was...
The perspective in Fairly Odd Parents is questionable.
Was bad. There's also an odd
purpose,
perpetual
though.
line he says whenever he brings up
Don't
the
come for me.
possibility of working
Jokes.
with Disney.
These are the jokes.
Hartman has said throughout his YouTube channel that he has never worked for Disney.
So my dream was to work for Disney back in the day. And to this day, I've never worked for Disney. It's really weird. All these years I've been in animation, I never actually went to...
yo, you never worked for Disney? Oh, you didn't work for Disney? Oh boy, I feel so bad.
Disney and worked there. I visited there many times, known a ton of people there, but I never really have worked there.
Oh, double baby. Oh, you did not work for Disney. I'm sorry, Butch. That's rough, bro.
Get back, witch!
Here's the thing, though. He did. Hartman is listed on his
Indeed,
IMDb
Butch.
as Elmer
Get
Hartman
back,
on the
bitch.
Timon and Pumbaa and Mickey Mouse Works TV shows, both for a singular episode as a storyboard artist.
Yo, 2 people stuck their necks out for this man, and he was not able to deliver. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't able to deliver for my final Maestro contract with my board games. I'll talk about that. I got right to the end, but like I'm literally at bankruptcy point, and so no, I can't keep working on that. I'm building something new. I have to do. I'm moving on from this career, from this art career. I've been hurt by it too hard. I will not do art for corporations anymore. I'm not going to do it. I can't do this. It's insane. This time around, it was like mostly just like a result of everyone having to do too much to survive, and I was sort of left hanging, and then a bunch of other crap on my family's end, which is just crazy. And then on top of everything else, just getting abandoned by my career of 20 years. I taught at my alma mater. I taught some of these kids. I'm going to go talk to a professional tattoo artist who is training another tattoo artist. Both of them victims of the animation industry's callousness, both of which were my students. I'm done. I'm done, guys. I'm done. I am done helping this callous system. I'm done lending my talent to it. I'm done lending my time to it. I'm done lending my advice to it. Go indie. Go indie. Fuck them. And their IPO.
And as a character designer for one episode of 101 Dalmatians, the series. Also, he did pickup work for Tailspin, which he himself admits on video.
One of the very first Disney jobs I ever got was on a show called Tailspin. And I got hired to do some storyboard help on that show.
Oh, guys,
Streamcat is here. The job that long because they were drawing super Disney and I was drawing super Hanna-Barbera, and my style just did not fit into that style.
Apparently, he was even a body reference for John Smith in Disney's Pocahontas. Now, what I'm saying here is just speculation, obviously. But given Butch's short time at Disney, could the reason he says he never worked for Disney be because he just did not measure up to the standards those shows wanted? Now, I can't say either way, because Butch is saying he never worked for them, when we have literal clear evidence that credits him. The impression I get is that Butch saw the shows he worked on as lesser quality than working for Walt Disney Animation Studios, the most prestigious name in American feature animation, or at least at the time. So I think he was hurt that he could not make it up to the feature film level and minimize his experience there, that he never really worked at Disney, which also can be said for when Butch Hartman worked on Dougal in 2006. Yeah, remember Dougal? It originally was called The Magical Roundabout in the UK. Then it was modernized for the American audience, which was Butch's job to do. Butch's initial idea to rework The Magical Roundabout was to add in a live-action frame story that involved an old man reading a story to his grandchild, which, yeah, he, blatantly borrowed the framing device from The Princess Bride.
What is it? What's the matter?
They're kissing again. Do we have to hear the kissing part?
Someday you may not mind so much.
Butch was having to rewrite the whole film script, line per line, with some changes to the dialogue to make it more appealing to American audiences. His original script was also meant to stay in sync with the animation, unlike the final version, which,
2 words, sir. Personal hygiene.
Does not. When the film was released, Hartman's original material was rewritten and re-recorded without his consent by Harvey Weinstein, with only about 3% of his material ever made it into the final version by Butch's estimate, and makes it very clear in a tweet and also on video. While it's definitely more justified why he'd be so angry over his work being overwritten with Dougal, this constant anger speaks to the type of creative he is. One that puts so much of his own ego within his work that whenever his art or writing is not fully respected or appreciated, he digs in his heels and despises those who are against him. It doesn't matter how constructive or legitimate the criticism is, or that it could make the final production that much better. You cannot critique somebody like this. Butch takes every piece of criticism personally and gets on the defensive. He's not willing to admit his own faults, weaknesses, or feel that his
you got a bit of
effort
cat
has been
cam
diminished.
for those of
That will continue to happen. With Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom in particular, Butch would take action.
This is a very long video.
That both confuse.
This is a lot of research into Butch Hartman. I would be depressed halfway through this amount of research into this man. I'd be like, what is going on with my life? What have I decided to do? What have I decided to do?
His fans and drag.
It's okay, Carpet. It's all content.
Dragged out his shows become homogenized messes by their cancellations. As successful as Fairly Odd Parents was on Nickelodeon, it could never break through to being anywhere near as popular as the #1 show on the network. You guessed it, SpongeBob SquarePants. Fairly Odd Parents, by Butch's omission, was even canceled and brought back 5 times over its series run. Even cartoonishly canceled and brought back within a 24-hour period by the Nickelodeon executives.
Fairly Odd Parents was actually canceled about 5 times during that period. The show was doing fantastic, but for some reason, Nickelodeon just decided not to keep doing the show. Ratings had never gone down on the show, but once again, for some reason, Nickelodeon, I guess they had just been done with Fairly Odd Parents a long time ago. Yeah, we're done. Thanks very much.
Well, it's been nice knowing me.
Now, Fairly Odd Parents ratings are hard to confirm, but based on viewership that is listed in our sources, viewership was listed consistently until season 5 and 6, where a majority of specials hit high viewership numbers, but regular episodes were static. There was a clear decline in interest as time went on, as episode plots became more stale and concepts started becoming samey, and what Timmy and the fairies could do was becoming tapped out. Interviewers were asking Butch about the difficulty of coming up with new, fresh ideas. But Butch would confidently answer that it may be difficult, but their team does their best to make everything fresh and new. While it holds true that for a long-standing series, revitalizing them with new concept or characters can help grant new life, despite the many ideas Butch put into revitalizing Fairly Odd Parents, the key issue with all of them is that they really changed nothing. They were more like a bandage rather than a cure.
You've never
Since
been a
the
fan of
show
SpongeBob, really? I mean, it's very classic animated cartoon, like animated show, though, right? Like it is, like SpongeBob is like for like the animation purists, honestly. Like it's like it really is like the show for the industry people. I swear to God, like it's just one of those things. Everyone I know who's an animator fucking loves SpongeBob. And I think the thing is that there's very few. Come on, reorganize things. There are very few like animated shows now who are actually still doing physical humor. Maybe physical humor is probably the wrong word. It's like they're not doing like classic animated like humor and stuff anymore, right? But SpongeBob was still doing it, and so like you would get the visual gags and stuff, and people were really interested in it, right? The voice actors. Wait, they changed voice actors? When did that happen? Did that happen? Which voice actor? No. Did they change voice? Which voice actors did they change?
Inevitably go back to the same status quo. Poof was Cosmo and Wanda's fairy godbaby, who was brought on as, in Butch's description, a consolation prize from Nick for considering to cancel Fairly Odd Parents. So Butch was given a blank check to put whatever he wanted into the show to liven up the series again. So he decided on getting Cosmo, impreg with Wanda and having a baby boy, Poof. That is certainly an unusual idea, but I guess Nickelodeon loved it. The concept was initially written in 2002 by Butch for a Fairly Odd Parents feature film that was never produced. But once Poof's episode, Fairly Odd Baby, was released as the first episode of season 6, it became the biggest success the show had seen in ratings in its entire run up until that point. And Butch was so excited with Poof as a character that he even went as far as to make an anti-fairy named Foop as Poof's foil, and have dreams of creating a Poof Foop spin-off show. According to Butch, Nickelodeon called him soon after and praised him for his work, granting him another season for Fairly Odd Parents with Poof's successful special. However, the writing team had no idea what to do with Poof after they did all the "it's a fairy but a baby" and "it's an anti-fairy but a baby." The series became less about Timmy overcoming issues born from his wishes and just dealing with magic mishaps from Poof, because now that Poof exists, we need to justify his inclusion. It's why after a while, Poof and Foop began becoming more and more infrequent in the show, until in season 10, in the episode Certifiable Super Sitter, they had their last appearance 3 episodes before the series finale. So, if some babies could not add enough flavor to the show, what about a dog? You know, one that talks, and it's magical too. It's like the baby, but with extra steps. Yeah? Remember Sparky? Timmy's fairy god dog?
I think he needs a little more attitude.
Oh, yeah. Bingo. There it is, right there.
Well, as Butch describes him, quote, Sparky is a magical talking fairy dog with magic dog powers. He can make fire hydrants appear out of thin air and poof up cats to chase. He's also a character with a past and done everything. For example, when Timmy has to go to Mexico, Sparky says he knows a guy who can set them up with passports. End quote. From his introduction, Sparky was an incredibly redundant character because you could literally
always muted. I've stopped the Butch Hartman episode. It's probably fine that I was muted. I can't do it anymore. I can't keep watching more of this in-depth coverage of like every one of his characters and how like incel leaning they are. Like I can't do this. This is just like it's too much for me. I can't. We gotta move on. We're gonna move on to something different. My God. We're gonna move on to a different video. My God. Oh. Or maybe. Oh man, you should definitely watch this later. Here, I'll grab you guys the link. This is oh man, it's like deep. This goes so deep. It's funny because like I always just sort of thought that Cosmo was this cute character that was attached to Wanda. I never once considered that Cosmo was the one that he created, and then Wanda is the tag along. It's like through this lens, I hate it now. Skull Trumpet Deep Dive? No. Guys, you know what my favorite thing that was done in Ottawa is, animated wise, or at least when I've been working in the industry? My favorite thing, well, I'll show you. Hang on, I'll show you. If you guys have not seen this show, you absolutely need to watch it. Not really the link. You guys definitely 100% need to watch this show. And I think it's weirdly a little. It's like it's got that anime thing where it's like you don't have to watch a certain number of episodes. You have to make it to season 2. But hang on, you'll potentially understand in a moment. But this was done in Ottawa. This was made in Ottawa. I found out that like people I know worked on this, and this show was a fucking triumph. Like bravo to everyone who worked on this show. Yes. Everyone who worked on this show. This is a piece of art. This show spoke to me deeply. It made me cry. Every single one of you who worked on the show is a hero. This is like magnum opus shit. I'm so proud of all of you for working on this. It's so good. I get goosebumps.
Hello.
What is happening?
No.
Did I just say things with my mouth?
A new friend?
Oh.
Where am I?
You made it to Centaur World, and nothing better represents our world than this colorful collection of singing and dancing, half animal, half man things you're meeting here today.
This thing right here, this is part of a key, and you'll need all of them.
This all sounds like really complicated.
Not so much complicated as it is dangerous.
I don't like it, but I have to do whatever it takes to get back home to Ryder.
There's great songs.
We are all just fragile things, something small, and haven't been here before.
Yeah, guys, everybody got laid off. Everybody. They're all gone. They don't have jobs.
You know what is locked in there.
The
What were you thinking? You're going to be the undoing of this whole world.
So say bye to the old and hello to that rainbow road.
Highly recommend, guys. It's so good. The villain has an amazing arc. Absolutely fantastic. You will not regret making it all the way to the end of this show. I guarantee you. Yeah, someone called Rebecca Sugar. You know what? Here's the thing, though. I don't think that Rebecca can help. If Rebecca could help, she would help. But the reality is that she really can't, right? It's not really her place to help. I doubt that Rebecca would even know that there was a problem, and frankly, I don't really blame her for not knowing that there would be a problem, right? Because the reality of what's going on here is that a business is offering animation services. And you, as a producer of animated television, hire the company. They produce amazing work, and you're like this. You were wonderful. And I will want to work with you again. You don't know about the abuses going on behind the scenes. It's like when Nike says, here's the thing. When Nike says, shit, we had sweatshops, everybody's sort of like, yeah, okay, right? But the reality is that, listen, Nike doesn't want sweatshops. They want the prices that sweatshops have, sure, but they don't want sweatshops. Sweatshops bad for business, man. That's bad press. Nobody wants that. Nike doesn't want that. They don't want that bad press. That's terrible. They're going to kill their whole company if they keep servicing their industry through sweatshop use. They do the best that they can. People are very good at hiding abuses because the victims don't have an outlet to speak about it. So you got to speak about it. That's the only way things are going to get better, is you have to tell people. There's a reason that they don't want you to talk about how much you get paid and stuff. Because if you did, it would be bad for them. Not for you. For them. There's a reason they don't want you to have a union, because it would be bad for them. You already don't have anything to lose and everything to gain. Yeah, what are they gonna do? What? Yeah, they're gonna take over. Yeah, no, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna lay you off again? They were gonna do that anyway. That's part of the business plan. That's what funds the stock or the dividends. Everybody's got investors, even if it's not a public investment. They still got investors. They're the ones getting paid, not you. Unless you're... No, but here's the thing, Mila, right? The little animated sack. Picture this. Picture in your mind a small flour sack. It's struggling. Look at him. He's so cute. Oh, he fell over. Oh, he's animated. Look at the little guy. He's got arms and legs, sort of like a human baby, but he's a sack. Oh, does it remind you of your animation school? That's good. Look at him go. Oh, he fell over. Is that Mickey Mouse? Oh, he's lifting him up. Oh, he's coddling him. Oh, he's giving him, what's that, a rattle? No, it's a stylus. He's putting him at a desk. Yes. Oh, Mickey's feeding him and giving him a job. Good for the little sack. Oh, he's going to grow up big and strong. Now let's advance 10 years. That sack of flour is no longer used for flour. It's filled with money. That's where Mickey's been stuffing the money that he's been making into the flour sack. It's increasing in value every time it gets a raise, right up until they need money. Then, when you're big and you're fat and you're valuable, they cut you open and they take everything out and they discard the sack. And then you just replace it with a new little one. Don't forget to clip the channel. Corporations just treat their employees like a ready-to-go blood bag. There's no punishment for it. Amazon just laid off, I think it was 2 weeks ago or something. Amazon just laid off 26,000 people. But did their stock dip at all? No. Do you want to know why? Because they put out a job search for 28,000 people. A company seeking to hire people shows growth and therefore boosts their stock. They're ghost jobs. They don't exist. There is no law against a company putting out an advertisement for a position that they do not currently have available. Did you know that? Canada is currently working on passing a law about that. Carbon, you think you can do a Google search for me? Do some Google foo and find an article about how Canada is trying to eliminate ghost jobs ghost jobs. They said they had interviews. Yeah. But yeah, this is why you work for an indie dev? Yeah. I think that's where it's at now. Indie. Stay with a small team. Listen, when I worked, the last studio I worked at, when they first started out, the head of the studio walked in at lunchtime. This shit is so not legal. But you know what? Respect, man. Mad respect. If you want to talk to me about this stuff, man, I would love to hear your input. Again, not your enemy. But he did this shit. You totally can't do this shit. But he walked into another studio at lunchtime. And he went and he headhunted his favorite people. And he took them all out to lunch. And then they all quit and they joined a new studio. You can't do that. But if I wished I could have been one of those people. Let me check my bit rate. You know what? I'm using Twitch controlled bitrate anyway, so I don't know. It could be my internet. Canadian internet is made of paper straws, not tubes. But I'm going to be moving to Toronto in a couple months in the new year. I'm going to be moving to Toronto in 2025, and I will have much better internet in Toronto. Guaranteed. Ottawa's so fucking suburban. Suburban goddamn nightmare. Suburban hellscape. Every house looks the same. All the streets are slightly curved. When someone took money, someone's being exploited. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so expensive here. My terrible internet is like over $100 a month. Canadian, though. So that's like $50 American or something. I don't know. I don't know how finances work. Money is fake. So. You move to Southern Labrador, tiny house of, or tiny town of 300 and have Bell Fiber. Oh, man, you want to know something really fucked up? Okay. You can't see it. But right out there, there's one of those little Bell substations that they have. Like, you know, like, they made of poured concrete. Like, it's a building. There's a door. It has the same address as my door on it. There's a building. It has my address, right? Bell goes there. There's a Bell van parked out there all the fucking time. And they won't give me fiber. They have fiber across the street. But not here. I'm like, just throw me the cable, bro. Just underhand throw me the cable. It's right there. It's right there. There's a guy there right now. He's there right now. Anyway, so I can't get fiber. But I have cable internet for now. But what I might have to go with is, so interestingly enough, Rogers offers this thing where they have like cellular internet as well, and that might actually be very useful for me if I end up having to travel and for the podcast, which I'm probably gonna have to do. Also, what do y'all think for like? Because okay, so I asked y'all probably know Fancy Schmancy, right? Right? Does anybody know Fancy Schmancy? I'm gonna do a shout out for Fancy Schmancy. Hey Carbon, can you do / shout out Fancy Schmancy? Actually, I don't know if you know how to spell his thing. I don't know. Do you know how to spell Fancy Schmancy? It's so much easier when they're here. I don't know how to spell Schmancy. I can spell fancy, but I'm a little unclear about the Schmancy part. It's a little subjective, I feel, the Schmancy part. That's definitely not it. Maybe, I mean, that looks right, but I mean, like, would I know? I don't think I would know. Yeah, there we go. So Fancy Schmancy, was the very first thing that Fancy asked me. Listen, okay, so I don't know if you guys know Fancy. Fancy is a professional. I believe works in marketing professionally and stuff like that. Like does art and stuff like. Definitely samurai. Okay, but Fancy fucked it up. Fuck off, Automod. How do I turn Automod off? Allow. It's over there. Okay. Fuck off, Autobot. I have to adjust my Autobot. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Fancy Schmancy, definitely samurai, works in marketing and stuff like that. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, he okay. So I Fancy's a friend of mine back from when Creative first started up and everything. He was part of like the my inner crowd and stuff. And I respect Fancy like so much as a professional, and like, you know, like he's the kind of guy who gives like the dude is very, very intelligent. Like has like the kind of like mind on him that is like Is I don't know, like he's a deep thinker, and it's when I told him about the podcast, he asked me, I think the most poignant question anyone has yet asked me, and it like almost brought me to tears. And he said, "What does the swag look like?" So I told him I'm gonna do Temu hats from Temu, because I'm a broke fuck. What do y'all think about that? Because you know, I'm for Molten, and I am on my villain arc. Listen, I'm very poor. If somebody wants to like get me like a better cost on these hats, man, like listen, we can fight Temu another day. Like my man wants merch. I'm like I haven't recorded episode 1. My man's asking for merch. I'm like, okay, we'll start somewhere. We're starting from the we starting from the bottom, okay, Carbon. We starting from the bottom, okay. Like I can ship one to you at very low cost. I do want my sweatshops. Why should they be the only ones with sweatshops? Where's my sweatshop? Oh, it's not fair. They have sweatshops. How am I supposed to compete with their sweatshops? Oh. Oh man, the chat's turned on me. Don't come for me. These are the jokes. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. That's not for clipping. Oh Jesus. God damn it. Oh dear freaking God. Oh man. Okay. All right. Well, okay, this has been fun, guys. This is the end. I think we're coming to the end of today's actual like official portion of the show. But that okay, never fear. Never fear. I will be back probably tonight. We're going to do some gaming. Okay, we are going to have fun around here too. And I'm going to be here a lot. But part of this is also supporting other people. So please, 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 please stay in the chat with me while I go and raid somebody, because I really do want to spread the love. I want to try to lift some people up. But I like, you know, and reconnect with people too. Like, so this reconnecting with people on the raids for me is just as important, because it gets a conversation started for me with them potentially. Oh my God, that's my own voice. Oh my God. Twitch, please. And again, I need stories to tell. I need to reconnect with people. So like, if you do have the time to stick around for the raid, also, you know, you never know, I might be able to drop you guys somewhere actually interesting. We'll see. I don't know what the art streams are like now. Do people, what's it like in here? I feel like it's been a little greasy in here. I'm not gonna lie. How do I change? I don't like the carousel. Make the carousel go away. Can I not? No, there, yeah, no preview with. Ah, there we go. Oh, thank God. God, new Twitch. I feel like such an old man on Twitch now. Have a great evening, guys. Do you have a couple of suggestions? Yeah, Carbon, hit me with a suggestion in my DM. Because I do need to expand. Oh wait, no, I got it. I know exactly where we're going. I know where we're going. Hang on, guys. Yes, I want to talk to him anyway. Is this the real though? Okay, good. We got this. I know where we're going, guys. I'm gonna drop you guys off at Ink One, old school friend of mine. I'm gonna hang out and chat with him for a little bit. Then I'm gonna grab some food, and then I'll be back this evening probably for some Monster Hunter. No, wait, Helldivers. I really want to play some Helldivers, so I'll be back this evening for some Helldivers. I'm gonna spend a little time in Ink's chat, and then probably try to hit the hit the Discord, say hi to everybody, the new arrivals and stuff. Thank you so much, guys. I feel like this is gonna be a really interesting journey. So, you know, enjoy the ride. I'm never gonna work in animation again.